Yeah, even when they dug it all out, it was crawfish and then the water was on the ground. That's when I was a kid. I did that. I'm not. No. It's so cold for that shit.
Get ready. Get ready. You and your brother.
I was asking y'all, what's going on in the Flint River? The basin. Diagnosed with the illness for kids and shit. We lost like 9 kids in the Flint River. I rode through there and said, down there by tool and down. That fucking bit, the water's going through the rebar. What I've been told. Down there by truck, by tool and down. That wood, the bridge back there. Water's going through the rebar. I mean, that's pretty scary. You look at it, you go, oh, shit, the water's going through. There's no concrete in it. And they were like, you walk around in that area. The engineering company said, I tried to get it shut down. I said, what's that? It's going to fall. Over there, Sidewalk School. Oh, no, you talking about the exams. Is that also the 6th Street or something right there by the school choice? Yeah, block it. Yeah, they just put something in there. That's, you know, where the old tennis shoe factory used to be? Across that wood. They said that was going to be another rec center. But I think they're going to.
Good evening. The time is now 5:16 p.m. on Wednesday, August 7th. I hereby call this City Council Finance Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? You have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. Are there any requests for agenda changes? All right, seeing as how there are no requests for agenda changes, I am going to turn it over to the city attorney because we have been asked to go into closed session.
That is correct, and thank you, Madam Chairperson. The city is requesting that the council go into closed session to discuss pending litigation in the matter of Coles et al. Versus City of Flint pursuant to Section 15.2681E of the Open Meetings Act, and this requires 6 votes to go into closed session.
All righty, thank you. Is there any discussion or anything? Anybody has any questions? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. We will now go into closed session.
Yeah. Sure, it's Tom Sparrow, like the bird, yep. I'm Assistant City Attorney.
you got back in. The time is now 5:38 p.m. on Wednesday, August 7th. I call this Finance Committee meeting back to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley is absent. Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? We have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. It is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. Box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaking during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. I do want to remind everyone that we are subject to the Open Meetings Act rule. Excuse me, we are subject to the disorderly conduct rule. First speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is Doug Matthews.
Hello, everyone. My name is Doug Matthews, and I'm a good government activist from the 7th Ward. I'm here to congratulate Candace Mashat on her well-deserved victory as councilwoman for the 7th Ward. This victory is a testament to her dedication, integrity, and unwavering commitment to our community. Despite the relentless and malicious efforts of Councilwoman Tanya Burns and her allies, Ms. Mashat has emerged victorious, proving once again that truth and integrity do prevail. In reflecting on this victory, I did a recent thought experiment about balancing love and justice. In a moment of personal injury and insult, we are often called to turn the other cheek and forgive. However, when faced with people of evil intent who seek to harm our community, it is our duty to stand up and defend what is right, much like driving the moneylenders out of the temple. Ms. Mashat faced an opponent who, supported by Burns and her cohorts, employed deceit, false accusations, and race-baiting tactics to undermine her campaign. Burns, notorious for her disruptive behavior and repeated lies over months, did everything in her power to tie Ms. Mashat and myself together and make false accusations of racism. Despite these underhanded tactics, Ms. Mashat remained focused on her mission to serve our community with honesty and dedication. Despite the smear campaigns and false narratives perpetrated by Burns, Ms. Mashat has emerged as a beacon of hope and integrity. Arbor thought she could lie to my own neighbors and get away with it, but the residents of the 7th Ward saw through these deceptions. Ms. Mashat's victory is a clear message that our community values truth, honesty, and real leadership. Burns and Arbor's tactics failed. and the voters have made it clear that we reject their deceit and divisiveness. Let us celebrate this victory and look forward to a future where leaders like Ms. Mouchette can help guide our community towards progress and unity. Congratulations, Candace. Your victory is a victory for all of us who believe in integrity, justice, and the power of true leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there a next public speaker? Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, Council. Welcome back. My name is R.L. Mitchell, and to Ms. Jack, I see your weekend was pretty good because the judge, I can't speak as fluently as the judge was speaking, but I'm glad you asked. I was on my weekend on Saturday. I was invited to a picnic at Bluebell Beach, but you had all them orange barrels in the road, cupping the road, so I had to go down to Stanley Road off the bus, and then it was walking forever. But when I got to a restaurant, everybody saw me coming and ran in the restaurant. I looked through the window. They looked like, what's this darky doing? Look, but I went in anyway, and they just gave me a glass of water. I said, what you want for breakfast? I said, I wasn't going to get I said, I'm going to a picnic, but I'm trying to get to Bluebell Beach. It's like I'm never going to get there. They said, you only got half a mile down the road, sir. And just, here's a glass of water. Good luck. And I went down, and I had to use the restroom, but every time I tried to use the restroom, the sign said private property. And then I seen a pit bulldog. I thought it was fake. It was real. And there was a dead coon there. He was waiting until I get on his property, and the dog got a hold to me. The owner gonna come out and then finish me off if you don't take care of the dog. And it was a graveyard on the hill. I got to climb the hill and go. I was and my payee happened to come down the road. I thought it was the farmer trying to check me. He said, "What you do?" He took me. He said, "I just come from Bluebell Beach, but nobody." He didn't want. I said, "Take me back there." These people invited me there. I had a good time, just like you. But while I was there, I understand the mayor was at my church, and the Burton mayor was there, and Grand Blanc mayor. I just like the judge talking that stuff, talking about Miss Burns. They don't want you on there, but them the one that got Mayor Weaver fired because he says, they had to fire the Burton mayor, and now I wonder what. And another thing, Monday I came in here, I witnessed a woman getting beat up downstairs, but I didn't know she was getting beat up until the security guard. She said the security guard pushed her, and she had two eyes last time I saw her, now she got one eye. And she called me to help her, and I didn't know. And then they switched the whip and jumped on me and said, "Hey, sir, what business you got on this property?" And the woman in the popo came, she refused to ride. But that's the same cop they called. I said, these hillbillies in the popo starts, don't say that. But the judge, he talked with fluency, nobody check him. A popo, I'm glad she didn't get in the popo car. But anyway, I'm saying that to say this. I was checked down by two black security guys. He said, I said, who told you to say that? He said, the mayor. He said, I just like, he said, you ain't got no business, get off the property. That's just like in NRA, Negro ragged ass. You got to relieve yourself. That's how they done black people down south. The preacher,
Thank you.
A soldier, and they kill.
Next
you
public
like you?
speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is John McFadden.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Casella Matier.
Hi, Council. I'm Casella Montiel. I work with the Crim Fitness Foundation. I particularly work in the Mindfulness Initiative. I'm coming to you all because I really need your help. We do mindfulness and yoga programming throughout the community, but one of our programs that we are having in this fall is called Courageous Connections. We had 2 years successfully working with Black community members, and law enforcement. The whole goal is to bring both groups together. I'm using mindfulness as a tool to bridge relationship building and trustworthiness between each groups. And so this year we're looking to have 20 community members sign up and 20 law enforcement. Currently, we only have 7. So this is where I'm coming to you all for support, opening all for you all to join as well if you like, but also to extend it out to community members. I just wanted to bring your awareness to it. I have, the program in itself is 6 weeks. The first week is pretty much like an orientation. And then 6 weeks follow that, it will be virtually online. After that, it would be an in-person connection with both groups coming together. Initially, both groups are separate for the first 6 weeks, kind of building a relationship between their own cohorts. And then at the end of those 6 weeks, both groups come together and talk about the program, and then also talk about the historic nature between both groups of how there's a lot of tension. And then with that, how does policing in Flint actually look like to make sure that we don't have what's been happening around other parts of the country. And so I'm open to be able to meet with you all, whether it's one-on-one or come back and give more context to what I'm saying. But thank you all. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Claire McClinton.
Claire McClinton, Flint, Michigan. First, I want to congratulate you, those who won their elections yesterday. Those of us in the community, regardless of what candidate we support, we will continue to fight for the humanity and well-being of the residents of the city of Flint. And that will prevail because that's who we are. I want to mention again about the home repair and rehabilitation that we keep bringing up for this council to act upon and to solicit the administration to act upon it. I was told yesterday when I was out talking from the administration that things have to come through them. Well, let's get it going. Y'all the council, go in there and tell them you want that put on the table. Do whatever you gotta do. You are the ones that sitting in the seats. Y'all sitting in the seats. And something that's really triggering is the word that's come up over and over again in recent resolutions, and that word is reallocation. Ooh, where'd that come from? Reallocation. Reallocation of ARPA funds. That's the opening sentence of so many of these resolutions, but there's no reallocation for $16 million additional for home repair and rehabilitation. So that's very triggering for us that can't happen. And there's no reason that council people, you're not just there to fix potholes and street lights, you're there to fight. Fight for the people. Fight for our community. Put these issues on the table and defy the administration or your colleagues to vote against it. We want to see where you stand. And furthermore, we still have not heard from the attorney, who got another job now, about whether it was proper to allow that Florida investment firm to purchase 190 homes from the city of Flint without proper notification to the city. We asking for a finding, a ruling on that.
Thank you. I do want to remind everyone in the audience and my colleagues as well to silence your phones. Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Kawana Mack.
Hello, this is Kawana Mack talking to you. First, I want to talk about this resolution, 240324, page 3. Reallocation of ARPA funds for the Neighborhood Engagement Hub Fiduciary Cyrus Park neighborhood. $25,000. We already have a neighborhood hub on Detroit Street. This woman trying to get as much money as she can. But also, I would like to talk about this resolution, 240329, contract better to enterprise 50/50 sidewalk replacement program. 50/50, well, Mr. Quincy, did you pay for your sidewalk? While y'all reallocating these ARPA funds? Reallocate them for the citizens. We shouldn't have to pay either. Also, I see this other thing down here, resolution, page 5, 240335, Alexander Chemical Corporation, phosphoric acid, 75%. Now, if our water was safe to drink from the mayor and the Governor Whitmer, we wouldn't have to treat our water with no phosphoric acid. Okay, so let's get that lie on camera. You got it, Paul? You see me, Paul? All right. And man, Mushat, don't you try to gloat, because you just got in there, and they still count votes. So I don't think you need to be congratulated. You only won by like what, 50-something votes? That's all. Yeah, they crooked, but we still gonna be out here. I don't care. We still got Elamine or Elamin. Which one is it? Elamin? Elamine? I want to call you the right name. Is it Elamin or Elamine? Oh, you don't talk unless you're getting reallocated ARPA funds. I hear you. But man, ooh, I just can't wait. I'm gonna sing to y'all. I ain't gonna stay tonight. For the love of money, people will rob. Nope, I gotta start over. For the love of money, people will steal from their mother. For the love of money, people will rob their own brother. Do things, bad things with it. Almighty dollar. And I say all of y'all, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, getting out of here. I don't care what they told you on TV that you won. I still say, Mushat, look what I got for you right here. Poppycock, you hear me?
Thank you. Next
And
speaker,
Liddell,
Madam
you can
Clerk.
hear me?
Your time is up.
Poppycock.
Your time is up.
On your
Please walk
Cyrus
away from the
fiduciary.
lectern. Your time is up.
I just
Madam
wanted
Clerk,
I just
that is your
wanted you to-
first warning.
I just wanted you
That's
to
your
look at
first
my
warning.
sign.
Walk
There
away
you
from
go.
the lectern because that is your first warning. Madam Clerk, next public speaker. That's your second warning. You are removed from this meeting.
You ain't nothing but a seat warmer anyway.
Excuse me, officers. She's going, still being disorderly. She needs to leave quietly.
The next speaker is Sherry Smith.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sherry Smith, and I'm here on behalf of the Brothers and Sisters of Oak Park. We will be having our annual Family Fun Day, August the 17th. Everything is free.
I'm sorry, can you pause her time so that we can hear? I'm very sorry. I do apologize, ma'am. Can we please restart her time? No, can we restart it? Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, yes, my name is Sherry Smith, and I'm here on behalf of the Brothers and Sisters of Oak Park to let everyone know that we are having our annual picnic. It's August the 17th. Everything is free. Please come out with your family and friends and support what we have going on. It's just to give back to the community. We've been doing it for the last 10 years, and we would appreciate if everybody came out. I left little flyers for everyone, and the people that's in the audience, if you don't have one, I can get you one. And this is the thing. I also want to thank a couple people for coming out for the St. Luke's back to school thing, Family and Fun Day too. The people that came out to support St. Luke's, I would really like to appreciate, tell them that we really appreciate your support. Mr. Arthur Wood showed up, Miss Rose, a couple more people showed up, and I just wanted to tell them thank you very much for coming out to support St. Luke's, because everything they do is from the bottom of their heart and they give back. And that's the thing that I love talking about, is giving back. So if everybody could come out and support the Brothers and Sisters of Oak Park. It's August the 17th. It starts at 12, and it ends when people decide to go home, I guess. Everything is catered and everything is free, so please come out and enjoy yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
That was the last public speaker.
All right, seeing as how that was the last public speaker, it is now time for a council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers. Only after speakers have spoken. Individual council members' response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who would like to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one who would like the floor at this time, I will take an opportunity to speak. Oh, Councilman Murphy, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I think it's inappropriate for Ariel Milcher to keep hollering out in the audience while we conducting business. And I respect him and his dedication to the community, but I think he should also, by now, as long as he been coming down here, have some kind of decent and order about himself, and not keep being allowed to just speak out like that when we trying to conduct business. First, I want to congratulate you publicly for your win, and also Councilman Leon Elamine. For some of us, we were praying for you guys and advocating that you guys retain y'all seat, because we know how important it is to try to come down here and get business done, because people depending on us to do the work. And I am appreciative. We may not always agree, but I am appreciative of the value that you guys bring to the table. So I just want to congratulate both of you guys. I look forward to working with you guys to do great work in this community. For Claire McClinton that spoke on the housing rehab program, I've been thinking hard about the housing rehab and how we can find funding. I'm not sure it's just the ARPA funding, and $16 million is to go resolve the ARPA funding, but I think we should go to the federal and state and local, and I would like to eventually put that on the agenda so that we can start addressing that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during this time? No? All right, seeing as how there is no one else who wishes to speak at this time, I will take my time. I first and foremost want to say how good it feels to sit here as an elected official, elected by an elected official, yes sir, elected by the residents of the 7th Ward. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Absolutely, to God be the glory, because we all know why I'm sitting here. I want to thank all of the residents in the 7th Ward. Mr. Matthews, thank you for your continued support. Councilman Murphy, thank you as well. all of the residents in the 7th Ward, I've heard you loud and clear, so I do appreciate the fact that you said in the past year that I've shown you enough work and dedication that you would like to keep going with what you've seen. So I thank you, because we are here together in real time, in real life, doing this work together. For the other residents in the ward, you know, we do not get everyone's vote, but I do still represent everyone, so I will be making my rounds to you, because as we state time in and time again, is that when we vote, it is our voice, and your voices have been heard as well. So I will be around to have a conversation with you and see how we begin working together as well. Finally, I do want to take this opportunity to thank my team and everyone that stood with me on that day, everyone who showed up, everyone who was supportive, everyone who got us to the point of election. You are greatly, greatly appreciated. And finally, I want to take the time to acknowledge Mr. Alameen and his victory as well. Congratulations in making it through. We certainly look forward to continuing to work with you. And my final comments with my 16 seconds left is we are under amazing leadership with President Dr. Liddell Lewis. Dr. Liddell Lewis sits here every week and she puts the city on her back and she makes sure she shows us what real leadership looks like. So thank you for your support during that time as well. Thank you. Now at this time, we will move forward with the consent agenda. Is there a motion concerning the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with any separations.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda with separations. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward.
Madam Chair, I would like to separate the page 5, 240329, the contract better to enterprise, the 50/50 sidewalk replacement program. I also would like to separate 240337, funding public health office opium settlement funds. And I also would like to separate, and that is on page 6, and I also would like to separate 240338, Hubbard, Roth, and Clark Incorporation preliminary and conceptual design for the Flint Fire and Police Department Training Complex. That's it.
All right, are there any more separations at this time? Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
40323.
Oh, 1 second.
243, hold on,
323.
Page 3.
Page 3?
3.
Okay.
Second from the bottom. 240324.
I separated that already.
Did you say that one? 3.
Oh, no, I
No,
didn't.
no, you
I
didn't.
323.
Nope, I didn't.
You didn't
323.
separate that one.
240323.
All right, is there anyone else who would like to make separate?
I'm not done yet. There was an amendment. You may not have the amended one. And it's a small one. And then I've got 240324. And did 240337. That's it for me.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to make separations at this time?
What was your last one, Tanya?
If you give me a second, I'll say it. Is there anyone else who would like to make separations at this time?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the 9th Ward.
thank you. I'd like to separate 240239, 240300, 240301, 240325, and 240326.
Alrighty, is there anyone else who would like to make separations at this time? Seeing as how there is no one else who would like to make separations at this time, the consent agenda will consist of Resolution 240321, which is the grant acceptance of Community Leadership Fund, Community Foundation of Greater Flint, Flint Police Department, Sac Sapphires Conference. 240322, which is the grant acceptance budget amendment, transfer of funds, Community Foundation of Greater Flint Department of Business and Community Services. 240326, which is the Applegate Chevrolet Repairs of Water Service Center vehicles. 240327, Hurley Medical Center Employee Occupational Services. 240328, Office Depot Office Supplies. 240330, Contract of Go Cut Trees, Inc., DBA Monster Tree Service, Urban Forestry Services. 240331, Contract JB's Tree and Yard Service, Urban Forestry Services. 240332, which is the contract of Limb Walkers Trees and Snow Services and Urban Forestry Services. 240334, Polydyne Inc., Liquid Catatonic Polymer Water Pollution Control, fiscal year 25. 240335, Alexander Chemical Corporation, phosphoric acid 75%. 240336, Detroit Salt Company, bulk salt. 240339, Industrial Applied Technologies, formerly WSI Industrial Services, Inc., WPC East Tank Cleaning, contract change order number 3. And finally, 240343, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds, grants for community engagement and beautification and external minor home repairs, first ward priorities account. I didn't hear you separate that one. Okay, thank you. So scratch that. 343 is separated. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Madam Chair,
I'm
I
sorry.
just want to make sure, you should have 2 agendas in front of you. One is an amended Finance Committee agenda. The regular one is touched. So the amended one added Resolution 240333. I think you missed that one, or 333?
I thought the smaller one is the amended one, correct?
Yes.
I just read off all of the ones on the smaller one.
We thought you missed 333. Okay.
Yep. So is that correct? I should be reading the skinnier one?
Yes.
Yep, and it's on there. You said 333?
Yep.
It's on there and it was separated.
Okay. All right.
Yep. All right, so roll call, Madam
Oh,
Clerk.
wait, I'm sorry, you said it was separated?
It was separated, yes.
Oh, I didn't have it as separated.
Oh, I thought the ninth ward council person separated it. Oh, that's probably what happened. I heard 3-3, not 4-3. Got it.
Okay,
Thank
so that's
you.
it. It was missed in the consent.
All right. So let's do this again. The consent agenda will include 240321, 240322, 240326, 240327, 240328, 240330, 240331, 240332, 240333, 240334, 240335, 240336, and 240339. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley is absent. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Now we move on to resolutions. Resolution 240239, reallocation of ARPA funds, mental health referrals and services support Catholic Charities of Shiawassee and Genesee counties. What is the pleasure of the body?
I would like to make a motion to move Resolution 240239 to council.
There is a motion to move 240239 to council. Is it supported? It's been moved by Councilman Murphy and properly supported by Councilman Alamin. Any discussion? Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
If there be one for Catholic Charities.
Is there a representative from Catholic Charities with us today? If there's no representative from Catholic Charities, is there someone from the administration who can speak to this? I believe Ms. Shelley Sparks Green is going to join us.
Good evening, Ms. Sparks Green. How are you? Good. I'm hopeful that you can help provide for me answers to some of these questions I have. In reading the resolution, the funding purpose, Catholic Charities of Shiawassee and Genesee Counties is seeking funds to hire a clinical director to meet the increased need to serve the uninsured. And then it says these funds will supplement the cost of other therapists. And it also says that we will fund an intake specialist. So to me, I read three different things that this funding will do.
Yes.
Do you know, I get the impression that they're going to be hiring a new clinical director?
Yes.
Okay. And then the supplement, the cost of other therapists, I'm assuming that they have existing therapists that this is going to help bridge gap for.
Yes, yes.
And then it says we will fund an intake specialist. Do we know if that's a new role or an existing role?
I think that might be an existing role, because the only person they hired, I believe, is the clinical director.
Okay. So on the page where it talks about matches, it talks about 25,000 in progress. Do we know how close to completion they are with that?
No, I can't answer.
We don't know?
No.
So we probably wouldn't know the counseling fees either. Do we have a sense as to, with us providing these funds, how is it going to set up the organization a year from now? Will they be, will they be able to sustain what they're adding a year from now after we've given them these funds?
Well, just from my assumptions, I would assume so. They've been around quite a long time and been doing a lot of good work. And the reason that I believe this proposal is a resolution, is because the state and the federal government has so many requirements now, like different identifications and things like that, even for the homeless people that may need help. So they need more people out there to do intake and to help these people to collect the data that they need to qualify.
Okay. Do we have a sense for how it's going to impact the outcomes? How many more served and that type of thing?
I don't know how many more would be served, but I do have a paragraph where it talks about the increase in the need, which is, I don't know the page number, but the second page of the resolution, where it talks about how, because of COVID.
Yeah, I understand the need.
Increase,
I'm just trying to, when I look at things, I'm trying to understand what type of return on investment
I understand.
we're going to receive.
Yeah, so they will be able to service more people.
Right.
Yeah, because
but we
of
don't
that.
have a sense for how many more.
I don't have a sense of how many more.
Okay. And that's sort of going to be my consistent theme you'll find even on the following resolutions.
Hey, that's
if we
fine.
have a sense.
I try to prepare for you, Jonathan.
Yeah. No, good.
Jared.
We're coming to know each other.
Okay.
And how, and you know, how to try to bring clarity, not just for myself.
Yes.
But for those that would otherwise be not just interested to know, but need to know or want to know how our dollars are truly impacting in a quantifiable way.
Yes.
The community. So
that's fair.
Those are the questions I have for that.
Okay.
I'm done otherwise.
All right.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time?
Yes.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor. I mean 9th, in the 3rd Ward.
Okay, thank you. So I was told that we didn't have no more funding in the mental health category, and I bring that up because St. Mark's Church applied for funding for mental health for their program and services that they had. So when I see these kind of fundings being allocated coming out of mental health, I question the factual information that I was given, that there's no more funding in mental health in order to help other organizations such as St. Mark's that applied for funding and didn't get nothing.
Yes,
and if
that,
we're giving
that
them
is true.
150,000, why couldn't we share the wealth and give Catholic Charities 100,000 and maybe St. Mark's 50,000, and we could have, everybody could have ate, because I'm into equal opportunity for all, and some may not care for St. Mark's. I don't got a dog in a race when it comes down to who get funding, but when I see people work so hard, like St. Mark's year in, and also I could bring up the St. Luke's that came, and I'm not sure if we gave them some funding, but St. Luke's came here and they asked for some funding to do a pilot project, and we kind of turned them down because we felt like they didn't have the capacity. But if we would have took some of this funding and split it between the three of them, I think it would have, we could have watched the pilot project with St. Luke's to see how they go for 1 year. It ain't gonna make or break us, but St. Luke's is doing great work over there, and every time you turn around, you see a big line of people, and they service the underprivileged. St. Mark's service the underprivileged. Catholic Charity really service the underprivileged, and I think about the tiny homes that they getting ready to build over there in the 3rd Ward, yay, and the mental health services that they're gonna be providing to the homeless men and women that move in those tiny homes. So I can see this funding going to great use with Catholic Charities. What I don't understand is why aren't we looking at these other organizations and agencies such as St. Luke, such as St. Mark's, because that's tried to provide mental health services that we didn't give no money to. And all of this ARPA dollars is a pilot project when you look at it, because at the end of the day, how will they sustain themselves once the ARPA dollars is gone? Because we ain't gonna have this money forever. Once we give this money out, it's a done deal. They gonna have to fend for themselves. And I just would like to see everybody eating at the table. And that's just how I roll, that's my concept. And I don't have a problem with giving them 150,000. What I have a problem with is when other organizations like St. Luke's and St. Mark's come and we don't give them anything. And I was told that we don't have no more funding in mental health. So I don't know who making a determination to give them 150,000 unless y'all found this money somewhere else.
No, sir. This is coming from the committee foundation, from the committee that was that was put together when ARPA first started. So we're just following those guidelines for the people that was chosen. But I mean, you're welcome to make recommendations.
Even though the committee made recommendations, we have the final say.
But
right?
you guys didn't. So I mean,
so
but you
we
can.
could always change this and move some money somewhere else.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mitchell, stop yelling out. Stop yelling out. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this time?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward.
through you to Ms. Green. Ms. Green, you might have mentioned this already when my colleagues brought it up. I just wanted to make sure I heard it correct. What's the sustainability plan that they have in place to keep this going beyond the funding if they're approved for it?
That I don't have an answer to, but I know that they've been around for many, 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 many years, so they have a way of sustaining their people. So I know they get state funding, they get federal funding as well. So I'm not sure exactly how they're going to sustain it, but they've been around for plenty of years, so they have sustainability power. So.
Okay. And my other question is, potentially if they're funded and these therapists or so forth that they bring on, how can we assure, or have they mentioned that these individuals will be culturally competent to deal with the population that they're going to be serving, because it's a very diverse, low-income, you know, individuals with great needs, and we want to make sure if they are approved, you know, they have someone that's culturally competent that can handle that population. Do they have that in their grant or?
Well, most of the employees are already there, so they're just going to kind of help fund some of the other therapists that can help move over and help record some of the documentation that is now required by the state and federal. The only person that they're going to hire is the clinical director, and so I'm sure they have more than one. So
okay.
They have been known to be very culturally. So, yeah.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who wishes to have discussion at this time? Councilman in the 8th Ward.
So, Ms. Sparks-Green, do you know if, like St. Mark's, did they apply and they were turned down?
I'm not sure. I would have to take a look at that spreadsheet for you, Councilman Pfeiffer.
Okay.
Request for information.
Yeah.
Did the colleague in the 8th Ward receive?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
What's your request?
So through you, Madam Chair, to the councilman in the 8th Ward, did he receive the printout from the ARPA committee that stated all the selections from the ARPA committee, as well as the community and I think also administration?
So can you see what kind of notes there were on why St. Mark's did not get applied or approved? And to the point of sustainability, I guess I would like to know, because to your point that they get state and federal funding and they're well funded, why aren't we giving it to the ones that aren't well funded, that do good in the community, like the St. Mark's and the?
Well, like I said, we just following the committee recommendations, but like Councilman Murphy said, you guys can request. I mean, if you want to make a change, just let us know.
And do we know how much is left in the?
There's none left because it's all allocated to the people to the organizations that was selected by the committee. All of the accounts or different categories are now full and complete. So it's just if you guys want to move it around, you know, that would be up to you all.
But this would be the final in that category, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
And you see these was written in June, so it's been a while.
I thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to have discussion in the first round? Is there anyone who wishes to have discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. So I just wanted to just bring up a few things. So unfortunately, I guess my colleague didn't want to respond to my request for information, but the ARPA committee made sure that everyone had the printout of who selected what. Everyone has exactly what the ARPA committee selected. We're talking about the community committee. It's up to us to read the information given. So Ms. Sparks, we have what they're asking. We just haven't taken a look at it.
Okay.
And we explained it many times. So I'm going to do it again just in case they want to listen. We had $889,000 set aside for the mental health category. And so what they did was select $889,000 worth of resolutions and put them before us. It's up to us to vote them down or vote them up, either way. And when we begin to talk about people that's not getting money, I believe, and I don't want to speak when it's not correct, we just gave St. Mark a big portion of the CBDG grant monies. We gave them $75,000. In addition to, didn't they just receive over $1 million grant? So when we talk about being equitable, we need to look at the little guy for real. So we had involved dads come up here, talk about their program. They are actively helping young men. And a lot of young men, they are suffering from the violent crime in our community. They're trying to build strong men so they can raise strong boys, so we can have a strong community. Where's the fight for them? I was trying to allocate some money for that, but it was shot down. So when we say looking out for the little guy, that's an example of the little guy. And to my knowledge, this is for Councilman Murphy, I believe we already passed the St. Luke resolution. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Did we already pass the St. Luke resolution?
I believe so.
Okay, great. So we already did that. So now we're moving on to other people that's doing great things. So again, council has the final say. It's up to the will of this body to look at the information presented to them, to bring it back before the body, to decide who is going to get what and how much. So thank you so much, Ms. Sparks, and hopefully our body will do our work so when you come before us, we're not asking questions that we have the answer to.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So here's the deal where I'm at. We gave RX Kids $1 million of ARPA dollars. We gave the land bank $16 million, I believe, of ARPA dollars. We have gave several organizations. We gave Greater Holy Temple and the food bank $450,000 on several occasions. The money we gave St. Mark's, and it's good to know that St. Mark's is leveraging, thank you for bringing that up, Councilman Dr. Lewis. It's good that St. Mark's is leveraging dollars from other places, because when we give them ARPA dollars, we want to see how they leveraging dollars and bringing dollars in from other places. And we shouldn't penalize them because they chose to go and get other dollars. And if I could give you several examples of other organizations who have received community development block grant for years. They have survived off of community development block grant dollars. So because we gave St. Mark's $50,000 or $75,000 to modify their facility for handicapped people, that don't have nothing to do with mental health services. Because we gave St. Mark's some money to deal with distribution of food, that has nothing to do with mental health. So even if I said, I think we should give St. Mark's some funding for mental health services, that don't make them don't qualify. And because we didn't give my dad's, whatever the organization, some funding, not saying we didn't want to, we just need to see how we can fund it in another way, and we didn't want to take no money from another organization to give to the dads. So let's be clear. When we say we didn't want to fund them, we did want to fund them. We just didn't want to take that money from them to give to them. Now, if we could take some opium money and give them some opium money, or some leftover unspent community development block grant dollars, or some unspent ARPA dollars, I don't have a problem with that. So I just want to be clear about when I say I wanted to see everybody eat, I don't change what I said.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hi, Shelley.
Hi.
What category are we in now? I mean, I know you tried.
Well,
I know this.
as far
this
as
states
all
mental
of them were
health.
written except
Right.
for the mental health, the children.
So are we now
services.
into the mental health?
Well, they're all
That's-
written except for that one category.
Right, I know we had a
Yeah.
bunch of them that we,
Yeah.
when you had an
Yeah.
emergency, you were out, and we started to go through those, which were some, that's when we learned that 237 children had been
Yes.
molested
Right.
just during the COVID-19 that
Yeah.
were seeking services, that were,
Yeah,
I don't even have a word for that, but it was well needed
yes.
for those kids. So these services, so you don't know what, so we're just like all over the place now?
Kinda.
Okay, okay, so,
Some of them have closed out, like the housing is all done. I think the youth, now, I don't know which all is all done, but I know some of them are done,
so
some of them
can
aren't.
you tell me which ones are all done? Because I need to, I would like to know so that we are in order with things. So how, can you, I'm sorry, I was interrupted. Could you please tell me which ones that you know that are closed out, please?
Okay, I believe.
Housing?
Yep, the housing one, for, as far as, you know, the distribution from the committee,
Okay.
from the committee.
Okay.
The job training, I believe we got a few more on here, but they were all written in
Yep,
June.
and those are on here. Will that be the last of them?
Just one more category that I haven't written any for, and I think it's the children's services under mental health.
Request for information.
What's your request? Please pause the time.
So does my colleague in the Sixth Ward know the only category that we have completed is blight elimination?
So that's an improper, this is on my time, I didn't ask you anything. So could you please?
Point of order.
Tell me,
Please pause the time. What is your point of order?
According to our council rules, the request for information is used to inform the colleague on information that they may not have had to inform their next vote. So therefore, my request for information was in order. Thank you.
okay, again, this is her second time and she's on the power trip. So can you please tell me which categories we have not, that are closed out? Because we have her $25,000 food truck on here that's coming up. So what categories for her third payout of ARPA? Can you tell me?
Okay,
which
so I know
ones?
that the, what is that, the food, I can't think right now.
So you said housing,
yeah.
job training.
And I think
we have
those are
one
the
more
only
child
two that
mental
are.
Services.
Yeah, so the mental health services still has one more category.
Okay.
To go. We've been skipping around so much, I would have to take a look at the.
So we have
Yeah.
not been following it, and
Consistent,
it has
yeah.
been, because there were needs that needed to be met, like we had to meet the land bank's requirement, because the land bank had leverage funds. RX Kids, which I think was taken out of category, because they had leverage, what, 55 million, a total. So we have not been in order, because things, it's how they've come, and they were, anyways, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round? Seeing as how there's no one else, this is the roll call vote to send resolution 240239, reallocation of ARPA funds, mental health referrals and services, support Catholic Charities of Shiawassee and Genesee Counties to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley is absent. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution, which was 240239, reallocation of ARPA funds, mental health referrals and services, support Catholic Charities of Shiawassee and Genesee Counties, has been sent to council. Moving on to resolution 240300, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds, grants for youth job training, Flint Children's Museum. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
I would like to move 240300, reallocation of ARPA funds to council, please.
There has been a motion on the floor to move resolution 240300 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there discussion? Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
Ms. Sparks Green. So, again, reading this resolution, the background says the purpose of this grant is to provide funding to the Flint Children's Museum to establish an internship program that provides meaningful jobs for youth 16 to 24. And then it talks about they'll hire paid interns, a living wage. Do we know how many they're looking to hire and how much they're looking to pay them?
I don't, I'm sorry. I don't have that information for them as far as how much they're gonna pay the interns. I know it's a 12-week program, and they're gonna use them in different positions to give them different skills.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Did he know that the representative from the Children's Museum is here today?
Are they? 'Cause I was looking for.
There is a representative from the Children's Museum. Wait 1 second, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. Councilman in the 9th Ward.
please.
Okay. Would you please join us at the lectern?
Yes. Thank you for being here.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Rohde. I'm the executive director of the Flint Children's Museum.
Wonderful. Thank you for coming out.
My pleasure.
So the program is one that you're looking to establish.
Yes.
Again, how many interns and what are you looking to help bring some numbers to some of these?
Yep. So we were looking at 3 part-time interns, including a marketing intern, visitor services intern, and exhibits intern. The living wage, which may be low considering the increase in minimum wage coming in, I think it's January, February, but we put $14 an hour at 20 hours per week for 2 years for each of them. And we were going to do it for 2 years straight. So $14 an hour, 20 hours per week, 52 weeks out of the year for 2 years. And that comes to $43,680 per year. Multiply it by 2, comes to the $87,360, and then we have FICA and some other expenses on top of it. But that is pretty minimal expense considering there's other expenses related to it. But yeah, it would just be for their salaries and FICA. Workers' comp too, which is just really a small number too. $114 impact.
This is our first time engaging, and not many probably have seen the smile that stood there looking at me like you're getting, and it's because, if I'm hearing you correctly, almost all of this money is going to hit the interns and not necessarily the museum.
Correct. It is all going straight to the interns, right? So I might have sold a short, but we would do it. It's a really nice place to work. It's a really wonderful place for the young people to intern.
And you're looking at, and I heard the titles, marketing, and there were 2 more.
Marketing, visitor services, which would be front lines, and then exhibits. We design and fabricate our own exhibits, and so that would be an internship as well.
And these will be young people,
Yep.
16
Yes.
to. How do you plan to go about recruitment or posting it or what have you?
So we were planning to work with places like Michigan Works, Flint and Genesee Job Corps, My Talent, Career Edge, the Chamber of Commerce, Mott College, University of Michigan.
So you were going to just open source, so to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. And you said you're looking to do this for 2 years, so that answered my how long. The last question I think I have written down is, okay, so after the 2 years in this funding, then what?
So I heard the sustainability question. I was thinking about while I was sitting there. So the students that come through the Children's Museum will take it with them for a lifetime, right? So there's no taking that back. Their experience is going to go with them. I hope that the program exceeds expectations. We are a nonprofit organization, but programs that are successful and beyond successful are, now I'm not going to say easy to find funding for, but philanthropists want to help successful programs. So I'm hoping that it's successful and other people will want to help.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hello.
Hey.
So this is a pilot program. And so the 3 titles, which I'm glad that they have, what they're doing. And the money, I agree with Councilman Jarrett in the 9th Ward, that is hitting the children. And it's something that's needed. The Children's Museum is really important. I don't have little kids anymore. I don't even have grandkids, but I know how important it is. I am going to support this. I know the day that you guys have had the guy bust the windows out with the sledgehammer. People were so concerned. I came there to, because they hit my ward along there. The guy just went all the way down. And to hear how important it is, you hear the kids and the neighbors, and many of my neighbors or residents in my ward, their children, Mott Park has a lot of children, and they visit there. And so I will be supporting this. Hopefully in those 2 years or before those 2 years up, you'll have some good information to say, hey, this program did work, this funding was needed, this program, we need this funding to help sustain it, because you're giving them, I like that they're different. They're not just general. They're not just coming here saying, hey, you're just going to be here, let's figure out what you're going to do. It's not that. They're going to be working on marketing. And what was your other one? It was display.
Yep, exhibits, yep.
Exhibits. And I like that they know that they're going in with the title, what they're going to do, so that they will leave with the skill. And when you leave with the skill, they can take that, and if you're getting 16 or 24-year-olds, they can take those skills and apply them at other places. So I will be definitely supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Hello. I'm disappointed one of these isn't going to be helping along the farmer's market location progress somehow.
That is currently on my desk, but I'd be happy to have an intern that can move it along.
And maybe this is a question for you or Ms. Sparks Green, but to me, this should be for Flint children that reside in the city of Flint. I don't know if it's a requirement per se, but because they are located in the city of Flint, but to me, we should be giving preference to the children that reside in the city of Flint.
Yes, but once again, remember, because of the water crisis, they live in Flint, but they go school everywhere. So you only got one
But
school.
this is
Specific.
pandemic money,
Yes.
and it's related to the
crisis in Flint,
The
yes.
crisis of, it's not for the water, this is ARPA
COVID.
dollars,
Mhm.
so this should go to preferential treatment for Flint children to get these positions. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, I guess we could work a solution through that. In working with grants, sometimes there are requirements.
Because the pandemic dollars were sent to Flint to help Flint out.
Yep.
I would hate for if we put an intern program and we hired 3 Grand Blanc children funded by the dollars that were supposed to go to Flint.
Yeah, so I would think we could put those restrictions around who is hired, and we would track it by zip code.
And I don't know if that's a requirement, I'm just speaking out loud that it should be, just based on common sense on how these dollars came into us.
Yep.
I don't know if it's fine print that it has to be, but I would certainly prefer that.
Yeah, I totally understand that, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And I looked for an update on the farmer's market location sooner than later.
Yep, sure, for sure.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to have discussion? Oh, sorry, Councilman in the 1st Ward.
Madam Chair, through you to the speaker. My question is, how will you guys measure the impact of the program?
Well, we've been successful in the past. Some of our employees, youth employees who have come through the Summer Youth Initiative specifically, have stayed with the museum long-term. But yeah, we do exit interviews. We would hope to see and measure growth with the students, right? We would, in working with young people, you could, I guess, just through observation, you can tell if they're learning, if they're having a positive experience. We would review our interactions with the students. We get feedback from them. We regularly take their feedback and input in designing our programs and things like that, our marketing, depending on what position they're in. We've done it before and it has been successful, so I think we would use the same methods of measurement, right? We would get their feedback, we would ask for their input, and change the program if it didn't seem to be successful.
And my other question is, are you guys working with any other Flint community partners in this program and in your programming or with this particular program?
We haven't necessarily established partnerships regarding this, but we work with the University of Michigan for interns from there. We work with the Chamber of Commerce for the Summer Youth Initiative students. We have worked with Job Corps. We have worked with Strive. So we do have partnerships, but we haven't approached anyone to talk about specifically who would partner with us on this. But we are very enthusiastic and inviting for partnerships. So.
Okay. And then my last question is similar to what my colleague had mentioned about making preference to Flint students. I know that was a big topic in the question. We had another organization, and a lot of the pushback was because some of the kids may not necessarily be Flint kids. And so definitely just following up with what my colleague said, making sure we put preference to Flint students is important. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round? Seeing as how there's no one else, I will take some time. If you could join us at the lectern. Yep. Just really quickly, I want to kind of piggyback off of what my colleague in the first ward said as he was agreeing with my colleague in the 8th ward. Well, he's using the word preference. We're using the words requirement for them to be Flint children. Who are benefiting with this particular pot of money.
We can certainly meet that requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Moving on to the second round of discussion. Is there anyone who would like the floor?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th ward.
Thank you. One last thing, and you don't have to get up from your seat. Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, to I forget Flint Children's Museum Director.
Yeah, come on. Yep.
What's your last name?
Rhodey.
Rhodey, okay, thank you. I would, and I agree with my colleagues, that it does need to be a preference because the money was allocated to the city of Flint. If we could put that in there to give children of Flint an opportunity, opportunities are something that these children really need, and I think that would be really good for them. And then you're around other kids. And it also brings, not only is it a job, but it brings you around museums and culture, and may it may inspire them to continue to stay into the arts or go into the arts, and to go further. And it's a different venue and genre, and so I would like to see, I agree with my colleagues, that it be written in there specifically for Flint children. I do understand what Ms. Shelley Sparks Greens was saying. Our children, we have 2,900 children that go to Flint schools, but we have another 12,000 children who live in the Flint that go outside of Flint schools. And so, but if they live in Flint, this isn't a school issue, this is a Flint child. If you live, or not child, it's 24, you're grown. So, and it's between 16 and 24, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you could put that in preference, that it be a person that resides in the city of Flint, that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. Yep.
All right.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th ward.
Thank you. Hello, Kim. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. I am going to support this, and I think it's a good idea to offer internships to our youth. I was just wondering, too, you have 3 positions, right?
Yep.
What are your hours at the museum?
So we are Tuesday through Saturday from 10 until 4. We're open to the public, and then Sunday from noon until 4. But we do have staff in the building on Mondays when we're doing cleaning. And the administrative team is generally there 9 to 5, but the public hours are a little bit shorter.
Yeah, and I was just wondering, I see 16 through 24, and I know a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, 18-year-old would probably be in school. And I would love for that age group, particularly to be able to have one of the intern positions, because I think that's great for them. How would you be able to infuse that age group into that with the 20 hours per week that you're offering? I mean, I'm sure they can work on Saturdays, maybe the Sundays, or.
And summers, right? The summers, we could bring the younger category in on the summers. And I do believe, I would have to double check it, but for youth to work, I think they can work for up to 20 hours per week.
Right.
So they would likely be working weekends and their availability. I don't know if they have co-op hours that they would work the morning, or we would work with the student.
Yeah, that'd be good to check into the school district to see if they still have their co-op program.
Yep.
And that would really be a good idea. But I just wanted to let you know I do support this.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round? Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I don't know if my colleagues asked this question. If they did, I didn't really hear it. So before the Children's Museum was proposing to move in the old farmer's market, for some reason or another that fell through. Are you guys, and then I heard you guys are moving in the old G-Car building, or the G-Car building. So could you kind of update us on where you guys at on either staying where you guys at or relocating?
Yeah, we don't have a definitive new location.
Huh?
We do not have a definitive new location. We are not definitively moving to the farmer's market or to the G-Card building. We are currently in the process of feasibility, understanding if the G-Card building would be feasible for the Flint Children's Museum. So that's where we are. We are exploring the option with enthusiasm, but we aren't sure that it is sustainable or feasible.
Okay. It would be good, in my opinion, to move somewhere close to the culture center area, because it seemed like all of that will be blended in together. All right, thank you. That's all I wanted.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round? All right, seeing how there's no one else who would like the floor in the second round, I know we've all kind of said the same thing, but we do want to make sure that it is a requirement and not a preference. My colleagues have said time and time again that they want the money to stay in Flint. This is Flint's ARPA money, so it should be spent on Flint kids. So we want to make sure we're consistent with that and make sure that it is a requirement that this money goes toward Flint kids. Thank you. Yes, sir? If you want to, yeah. You have the floor, Councilman in the 8th Ward.
I would like to amend 2403, it's all stapled. 300 to a 300.1 to include the requirement that all dollars be for hiring Flint residents.
Okay.
And I so move.
Support.
All right, so there is a motion on the floor to make this 240300.1 and to include a requirement that all Flint ARPA dollars go toward Flint children, correct?
Support.
Nope, no, that's the motion? Okay, I just gotta make sure we say Flint ARPA dollars, yep. All right, and then it's been moved and probably supported. It was already actually supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. And is there any discussion? Man, if y'all turn on the phone volume. Colleagues, phones, make sure they're off, on mute, vibrate, whatever we need to have happen so that we don't have that happen again. Seeing as how there's no discussion. Staff as well, make sure that we are, our phones are off or on silent. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashad?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. So that has been amended to 40300.1, and that's going to include the requirement that all Flint ARPA dollars go to Flint children. And now that we have moved it to a point 1, is there any discussion on the point 1? Seeing as how there's no discussion on the point 1.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to send
There we go.
point 1 to council.
All right, there is now a motion on the floor to send point 1 to council. Is there support? It was made by Councilman in the 8th Ward and supported by the Councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Is there any discussion on moving this resolution to council? Seeing as how there is no discussion, Madam Clerk, roll call, please. The point 1, and this is the roll call vote to move 240300.1, which now includes the requirement for all Flint ARPA dollars to go to Flint children or Flint kids. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The resolution 240300.1 has been sent to council. Moving on to resolution 240301, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds for grant youth job training, the Greater Flint Health Coalition. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
I moved to send 240301 to council.
There has been a motion to send 240301 to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
Through you to Ms. Sparks Green, is there anyone here from this organization outside of?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
All right. So do you know that, because in their write-up, it says they developed a successful pilot in 2022. Do you know if they ran it in 23 and 24?
Okay, so I can speak for experience of this because we also run our recast program. They are our partners in our recast program. So they do have, I don't know if these kids are part of this program, but they do have interns there. So I know that they are running some type of intern program.
They do have some type. Okay, so this age group is 18 to 24, which in that I believe they spoke to WIOA here, which is, Michigan Works, the federal or state funding, whichever it is. Do we know how they're planning to leverage those WIOA funds for this program, like supportive services, and especially like that 2-week life skills and health career exploration training? That type of training and the cost for the staff to train that can easily be allocated from WIOA dollars for those eligible youth, and it does not have to be ARPA dollars, which would in effect stretch our ability to use and maybe even provide more youth opportunities. So I'm interested to know, one, if that is the plan. If not, it needs to be, because the use of whatever dollars they otherwise would pay, however many staff they otherwise would think to pay to do that part of the training should be WIOA.
Okay.
And I was still curious about how much they plan to pay each of the youth, how many they were looking to have. And I think was this the one that said something about, they are looking at $15 an hour, thank you.
30 per year.
I'm sorry?
And they will be from within Flint. So it says
30
in the
youth per
last
year.
paragraph.
Per year for 60 youth over a 2-year period.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. And that's gonna be able to be done out of, okay? I think otherwise I am done for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion, is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
do we want to put the Flint resident thing on this one as well?
Yes.
Okay. Then I will like to make an amendment to 240301 to point 1 to add the language, all dollars shall be allocated to hire Flint residents.
This one says that in the last
Well, it says
paragraph.
Flint area.
It said within Flint itself.
This,
In the last paragraph on that staff review page. Let me see. It's next to the last page in that resolution. That last paragraph, I think, says it, in section 3, I'm sorry. Look in section 3. It says the area.
Ms. Sparks Green, can you read to where you're reading that from?
Yep, on section 3, it says possible benefit to the city of Flint residents and operations included partnerships and collaborations. I don't know, it's the second page, let me see. Under the background summary, the staff review is the second page, is section 3. And it says the program focuses on young adults 18 to 24 in the area, building a pipeline of skilled healthcare workers from within Flint itself. This reduces reliance on external recruitment and strengthens the local healthcare workforce. You see it?
Yeah, I'm just concerned because the initial paragraph says, the background summary says, sort of contradicts that, and it says, it references school youth from the Flint area. So it specifically says 30 per year, 60 over 2 year. And then it talks about, okay, if my colleagues are fine with what it says, so we'll make the amendment? Okay. Then I will make the amendment to 2.1 to include the language, all dollars shall be allocated to hire Flint residents. And I so move.
So that'd be 240301.1?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a motion on the floor to change this resolution to 24030.1, and we're adding the words that all Flint ARPA dollars are required to hire Flint residents.
Yes.
Yes.
Support.
It's been moved and probably supported by the councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Okay.
Yep. Is there any discussion on the point 1? Seeing how there's no discussion, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, so that resolution is now 24030.1.
Madam Chair?
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Motion to send to point 1 to council.
There is a motion to send resolution 24030.1 to council. Is there support? It's been moved by the councilman in the 8th Ward and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there any discussion? Seeing as how there is no discussion, this is the roll call vote to send Resolution 240301.1 to council, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds, grants, youth, job training, the Greater Flint Health Coalition, with the amendment that all Flint ARPA dollars must go toward hiring Flint residents. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240301.1 has been sent to council. Moving on to Resolution 240323, the lease agreement for City of Flint Hasselbring Senior Center. What is the pleasure of the body?
Hold on, 3201, 321.
240323.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would like to move 240323, lease agreement, City of Flint Hasselbring Senior Center to council.
There's been a motion put on the floor by Councilwoman Burns to move 240323 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman.
Point of order.
Yes.
Where is that at on here? Because I don't see.
Page 3.
Page 3.
Yep, and it's the second one from the bottom.
You said 2403.
23, which is the lease agreement for City of Flint Hasselbring Senior Center.
I don't have that on.
Are you looking at the amended one? The skinnier one?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's in the small.
Yep, in the smaller
Okay.
one. Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there support for the motion to send this to council?
Support.
Okay, by the councilman in the first word, that's right, thank you. Is there anyone who would like discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair, to you, to Mr. Ed Taylor.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor. Mr. Taylor?
Alrighty, yes.
Good evening, Mr. Taylor, how are you?
Alrighty.
So Hasselbrink Center, they formerly, well, the doors were closed before, and then it was reopened. I believe they were closed because of emergency management. And in our centers that we have here, how many centers? We have McKinley Center, I know Mott Park, we have Hasselbrink.
Brennan.
And Brennan. And I don't think McKinley Center is open. Are those our only centers?
Bursting.
Burston.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Okay, so out of all of these, are any of them paying? So this Hasselbrink was to pay, they were asked to pay like $3,500 a month. And then it looks like it's been reduced down to $500. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are any of the other centers paying any monthly rental amounts?
Brennan will be soon, once their lease is due to expire here pretty soon. This all started just due to the fact that these people hadn't been had a lease for years. I can't tell you the exact amount of years because I can't remember, but it was somewhere 6 or 7 years. They haven't had a lease. They were supposed to been paying $1 a month or $1 a year, I can't remember. But the city has been responsible to pay everything that needed to be done at these centers. So what we're doing, and this was all as a result of the financial manager. So as a result, emergency manager, I'm sorry. So as a result, this negotiation has been going on probably 5 months.
Longer than that.
Yeah, I know it's been a while.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been probably about a year.
And
Councilman Mays was still alive, I believe.
Okay. And as a result, we finally came to a agreement. In all actuality, the rent is $2,000. We gave them a $1,500 credit. As a result of that $1,500 credit, that dropped the rent to $500. They have to, well, they rent out these facilities for a certain amount of money. I don't know what it is, whatever they rent it out for. They have to let us know what they're renting it out for, and we get 10% of that. So if they rent out the facility for $500, 10% is that what, $50?
Right. So are we doing, because this was something, you were working with them. So one of the things that they provide, because this is in a demographic where, they service basically the entire north side and then some of the south side. So some of the services that they offer are health, fitness, education, outreach services, nutritional services, computer classes, Bible study, billiards, bingo, jigsaw puzzles, bidwill, spades, hustle classes. So are we making it a point that all the 4 centers, that they will be paying rent? Because if we're going to do it, it needs to be fair and equitable across the board.
I know, as I said earlier, I can't tell you about every other center because I haven't got to them yet. This was my charge, was Brennan Center and Hasselbring Center, because I know Brennan's lease is up, I know Hasselbring's lease is up. McKinley, at this point, it's not even in operation,
So will Burston be paying rent? Burston doesn't have rent.
Burston is not even a part of us.
Right.
Burston is
what I'm
totally
saying
different.
is if we're charging, because Mott Park doesn't pay.
I don't know nothing about Mott
Yeah,
Park.
so if we're talking about city facilities,
I can't tell you about Mott Park because I don't know nothing about it yet.
I know that Hasselbring has felt that they were singled out to pay because they were being charged at first $3,500, and this is a facility that is used on the north side of town, and so that was my concern. And Mott Park doesn't pay, and we also know that Burston doesn't pay. So my time is up.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first
Yes.
round of discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, where is this, is it a nonprofit that run Hasselbring?
Yes.
Where do they get funding from?
They get money from the senior citizen millage, that everybody that pay taxes, they get that.
Do you know approximately estimated amount what they get annually or monthly?
I did, but I can't remember.
Okay. Who pay the utility bills for Hasselbring?
They do.
They pay the utility bills?
Yeah. They pay the utility bills.
Who pay the water?
They do.
Who pay to keep it maintained?
That's part of this contract here. It states, plus they also get money, they just got some money from Genesee County.
The senior millage?
It was $130,000 or $160,000.
Is this annually that they get from the county, or this?
Yeah, they get it annually.
Okay.
But as far as, if you look on page 2 of the lease, it talks about, what they pay, what we pay. They also have to have a certain type of insurance coverage because they have parties that consist of alcohol. And we wanted a firewall between us and them, meaning that if somebody up there drinking alcohol, they slip and fall, or they go and hit a car and get drunk, it can't come back on the city. So we needed that firewall. That was one of the main reasons why we done that as well. It's a clause in here that talks about up to $2,500 if repairs on major things are need to be made, up to $2,500. That's on page 5. It says all repairs costing less than $25 are considered minor and are the responsibility of the leasee. And the leasee understands and agrees that may include repairs to the above mentioned items in the provision. Now, the above mentioned items is something that's not considered a major repair, like the roof the furnace, the air conditioning, plumbing, things like that. So anything over $2,500, the city is responsible for. Anything under 25, they're responsible.
Do you know how many staff they have?
I don't know.
You don't?
I don't know. You know, they've got a nonprofit board. They've got so many people on their board.
Okay.
I think their director makes about $50,000 a year.
Where's the $1,500 being supplemented through? Is it ARPA dollars? How are you guys-
$1,500?
They only paying $500, and y'all credit them $1,500 per month.
No, it's not coming from no ARPA dollars or nothing.
I was asking a question. How are you guys? Where the $1,500 coming from? The credit?
They may not ever even pay it because the rent is set at $2,000.
Right.
But they've getting a $1,500 credit, so they pay $500 a month. Any activities that they have, other than the normal, like Councilman Burns said, whatever they have up there when it comes to playing Pokino or checkers, pool, that's their business. We talking about when they lease it out. So if they lease it out to me for a wedding reception, or they lease it out to somebody else for open house, whatever they charge these people, we get 10% of that, and that increases it up towards the $2,000. But will we ever get to $2,000? No. We're really worried about the $500. And whatever we get over and above that is fine. Now, if they violate certain terms in this agreement by not providing us the proper information that we want and the proper accounting that we need, then the lease somewhere along the line could be voided. But will that probably happen? I doubt it.
Well, that's good you guys came up with an agreement.
Yeah.
With this, and you moving on.
Yeah, I mean, they had an attorney. They didn't like what the attorney was doing. They fired the attorney. It was just a mess.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward, you have the floor.
through you to the speaker. This is definitely important. It's in my ward as well, and we know how important house of bring is, that making sure that it's functioning and it's operational for the residents there. My colleague brought up something, and you mentioning that it's a couple other centers that potentially will be coming up for negotiation on their lease. I just want to make sure and hope that you all will consider making it fair across the board. So if this is going to be the new standard, make it the same for the other ones as well. Really consider that.
It probably will be. I mean, you got to look, these people haven't had a lease in God knows when. And something had to happen. So, like I say, next in line is Brennan, and then whoever after that, I'll find out. But I just know for sure those two people were right in my eyesight. And I would believe it would be parable and equitable to this.
Yeah, it's definitely just want to be fair across the board.
Yeah.
Because you hear about some agreements, dollar agreements, and these type of things where nobody's paying to rent certain spaces, and we just want to be fair across the board and make sure. But definitely, it's important to make sure we had a contract in place over there. So.
And the reason why it came up with that high amount because of the fact of what space rents for, and I can't remember all of that right now because I've got it in my notes, but that's why it was at that high price. Then it got lowered, 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 then an agreement came up. Because if it was up to them, they didn't want to pay but $100, but they were able to squeeze out that $500.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Councilman in the 8th ward, you have the floor.
Mr. Taylor, how are you, sir?
Fine.
So, here's my issue with this. My issue is, it's a senior center, and they're taking care of the seniors, and I was in the back, I don't know what my colleague says. Why are we trying to earn a dollar off of our seniors?
Well, first of all, correct, they are taking care of the seniors. But first of all, it's responsibilities that also come up too. And nobody should shirk their responsibility. They're getting money from you, me, and everybody up here to pay taxes and everybody out here. They're also getting an additional $100 and something thousand from here across the street.
No, I
Now-
hear you though.
now-
I hear you though, but
Let me get through talking first for a minute. Now, at the end of the day, they were only paying $1, okay?
Okay.
Really, this $500 is a nominal fee for them to pay. We're not taking away anything from them. They always had to pay the power, they always had to pay the water, they always had to do all of that. But the city was always taking care of the actual structure of the building. And we're still gonna take care of the actual structure of the building. It's just now, it's a clause in here that talks about minor repairs of $2,500 or less, meaning like Lee don't have to go over there now and fix a light bulb. Or Lee don't have to go over there now and fix a door.
But all of that could still be in here with a $1 lease. I mean, we literally gave the Children's Museum the old farmer's market for $1. They're not doing jack crap with that. We're paying people to run the golf courses. We're paying $5,000 a month or whatever for somebody to run the golf courses, but yet we're charging our seniors $500 to provide this. It's not adding up.
Well, at the end of the day, the golf course is finna change too, because the city been getting ripped off for years.
Well, I
dealing with the
was
golf
trying
course.
that, but then the mayor did a backroom deal, and we
No,
we
it wasn't a backroom deal. That man came up here and lied to you all. Tell the truth. He lied to you all and told you that, oh, I wanted a 3-year deal. He agreed to a 1-year deal.
No, that's what that
Okay,
was. That
so
was,
it wasn't none of that.
Well,
I was involved in it.
the way that went down and what we're paying for that isn't comparable to what we're now charging the seniors. That's my issue. Is we make these stupid deals where we're actually paying to run the golf courses, and then we go back and charge the seniors.
Well,
to me, that doesn't make sense, Mr. Taylor.
At the end of the day, that came to the council.
What
You
came-
sat there and asked that man, what is it you want us to do?
Yeah, and
He
we
told
voted
you-
it down.
He told you to vote it down because he said he wanted a 3-year deal. He sat there and agreed with me in that room to a 1-year deal. So he got it voted down. That's what he got. Well, guess what's happening now? It's a contract out there. So next year, it'll be run by somebody else, and they're going to be paying us. We're going to make it.
Well, that's the way it should be.
I agree.
But to circle back with that, and to bring it with this should be $1 contract.
Well, it's not going to be.
Well, I'm just saying the backward thing that we're doing is we're trying to make $6,000 off of the seniors, and to me that doesn't make sense.
Well, the director of the nonprofit make $50,000. Talk about that.
What does that that has nothing?
That's
to do
what I'm saying. What that got to do with this?
We give money all day long to directors that make $100,000 plus a year.
All you all got to do is accept this lease agreement. That's all you got to do. It's up to you all what you want to do. I'm not going to sit up here and argue with you about it. I've been dealing with this, as Ms. Burns say, at least a year. I thought it was 6 months, but time flies. Okay?
Time flies when you're having fun.
Well, I don't know how much fun it is, but time flies.
I just wish that the sweetheart deals that we do would actually benefit the people that need it. So that's my issue with this. Is to me, this should be a $1 contract, and they're taking care of the seniors. They're taking care of the one of the few community centers we got, and that $6,000 over the course of a year is a rounding error for us. So
But let me ask you this. I'm not having a problem with them.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. You can proceed.
I don't have a problem with them taking care of the seniors. I want them to take care of the seniors. I'm a senior, but am I going up there? No, I got better things to do with my life. But the point that I'm telling you is this. This $500 is not affecting them because they're providing all the same programs that they were providing. What this is really doing is the amount of money that they are taking in over and above, and I'm talking about the parties, the events, and things like that. That's what's really paying this $500. That's what's going to end up paying this $500. They have an event up there every week. Every week they have an event up there. I've got stuff where during the Super Bowl they have events. You know, and like she said, they have cornhole events. I get people that invite me to parties up there all the time. I buy their tickets. I don't never make it, but I buy their tickets. So they're making revenue. And that revenue is really what's paying this $500. It's not taken away from them. And like I say, they got an additional 130, 160 that the Mott Foundation gave them, over and above what the senior citizen millage is. And like I say, we all pay that. Everybody pay taxes, pay it. I'm done.
Thank you. That's my time.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Yes, Mr. Taylor. Hi, how are you?
I'm hanging. How you doing?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm good. How many events do they have per month? I'm just trying to make sure we're not.
I don't know. I don't keep track of it, but I know I see them.
Okay.
You know, they have to present them to us once this is squared away. At this point, I don't know what they do, how they do it, but I know they have them. I ride by there every day.
Mr. Taylor, why are you so hostile?
I'm not hostile. This is the way I talk.
Okay.
You just don't know me. I talk loud and I talk this way.
Oh, okay. You talk like I do, huh?
You got it.
Loud.
Yeah.
And you know, people tend to think I'm hostile or being aggressive.
Well, that's what people think about you. That's their business. I don't have nothing to do with that.
Well, no, but I
don't have
mean,
nothing to do with that.
no, we're just having a conversation with
Okay.
you, and it seems like you're.
All I want to do is
Getting an
get to the
attitude.
point so I can sit down.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know how much millage money they get over at?
I said it was approximately 160,000 or 180,000, and I know they got another $130,000 from the Mott Foundation. If you really want me to know, I can probably go down and get my notes, and I can probably tell you exactly what it is. Or Mr. Miller might be able to tell you exactly what they get from the senior millage. Not Mr. Miller, but Mr. Moore.
I would like to know that information. Mr. Who back
Is he
there?
back there?
The CFO.
Is the CFO present with us this evening? Mr. Moore, would you please join us at the
Mr.
lectern?
Moore, would you, and I think you can hear us back there, would you try to get that information of how much millage money? Did you hear the question?
I did not know.
How much millage money do the senior centers get? Like, for instance, Haspering, from the senior millage?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I got it downstairs, an approximate amount.
That doesn't come through our books.
So RL,
Excuse
you
me.
were already asked once
Excuse me.
to stop
You're on
hollering
You're
out.
on my time.
I understand that. One second.
Okay,
Okay,
just
I'm trying to
pause it.
chair. 1 second. I'm
Pause
gonna give you your time back. Just 1 second.
You know what I mean?
Please stop hollering out. We are handling business. This is the second time I've asked you politely. The next time will be your warning. Stop it. Can you please go back to 224 for her? Thank you.
So, Mr. Moore, would you be able to get that information?
I can get that information. That money goes through the county, so it'll take me a day or two to get it. But yes, I can get it.
Yeah, but that would be questions that the council would probably ask before we make a decision on charging the seniors $500 a month. So I would like that information.
All right. I
And until I get that information, I'm not gonna vote to charge $500 a month. I don't think we need to be taxing the seniors like that. Any senior citizen
I
center
probably
in this.
can go
You know
downstairs
what,
and get
Mr.
it.
Taylor, I'm talking. I'm on my time.
Okay, that's fine. You
Now,
take your
I got
time.
the attitude.
Take your time.
You know, you're not gonna talk over me.
Take your time.
And I'm stating what I stand on. And so, I don't think I'm gonna be voting yes for this resolution. I'll vote to keep it at $1, but no, not $500 a month. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? I don't think there is anybody else. Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have time if you'd like to take it. You're good? Okay. So we're moving on to the second round of discussion. Is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward and then Councilman in the 3rd Ward.
He can go first.
Okay, Councilman in the 3rd Ward, you have the floor.
So, I understand what you're attempting to do, because when I look at the budget, the general budget for the city of Flint, we going to have to eventually start bringing in revenue to help try to sustain and offset some of these costs, so we won't go back into a deficit or state takeover, because we just losing out more than we gaining anything. I don't agree that we should lease out a building to a nonprofit organization that's getting millage funding and taking their money and doing what they want to do, and also renting out space, and the city don't recoup no kind of money. I'm not for that. What I think we could do, instead of us just not voting to this, we could move this to special affairs to get that information of how much funding that they actually get. And then, once we take it to special affairs, then we could, if we don't like it in special affairs, the numbers, then we could move it back to committee and we don't have to move it to council. So I would like to make a motion to move this to special affairs.
Support.
Been a motion to move resolution 2-40323 to special affairs by Councilman in the 3rd Ward, and has been supported by the Councilman in the 8th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Mashat.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. This has been moved to special affairs. Resolution 240323, lease agreement for City of Flint House Spring Senior Center has been moved to special affairs. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
You're welcome.
We are moving on to Resolution 240324, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds, Neighborhood Engagement Hub, Fiduciary Service Park Neighborhood Association for alternate use of vacant lots. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Burns.
I'd like to move 240324, reallocation of ARPA funds, neighborhood engagement for Cyrus Park to council, please.
There's been a motion to move 240324 to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. For you to Shelley Sparks Green.
Ms. Sparks Green, would you please, oh, I think
Emily.
Ms. Dewar will be joining us at the lectern.
Hi, Emily.
Hi,
How
good
are
evening.
you?
Good evening, council.
Good. And maybe, because I want to make, because we're doing mental health services, I know the category, and we're back on, is this food again, or are we moving around in our categories?
So actually, this agenda item, good evening, council. This agenda item, as well as the next one, are both actually resolutions that this body has already approved. And when my staff went to put them under contract, they realized that there were typos in the resolutions that actually prohibited us from moving forward with the contract. So both of these, this one, which is for alternate use of vacant lots, as well as the next one, which is mental health, you've already approved, and so the very last sentence of your snippet, this resolution will replace the previously passed resolution 240143.
Okay, so this is the, Cyrus Park had gotten the first round of 50,000, and then this was the second round for the 25,000. And so because there were typos or issues and how the resolution was, who wrote up the resolution?
Excuse me?
Who wrote the resolution?
Different staff person. So,
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, and so this is to write what was done incorrectly?
That is correct, just to make
So
sure that
the
the
wording
it is
was
resolved,
different.
the it is resolved section in the resolution has to be correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi.
So what was different? I'm looking at that other resolution. What there shouldn't be as it relates to the 25,000? Because when I'm looking at it, it says project activities, restore the nature nook by removing dead trees. Is that the part that's not supposed to be there? And then it should have been the food truck?
So this one did have, yes, so the food truck park is the use, the alternative for vacant lot use that needs to, it does need to clarify the correct use of the funds. So
it's in replacement of the nature nook?
that is correct.
So this 25,000 that we're now approving for food truck is going to include the removal of the dead trees and the overgrowth steel, but the other portion is for something else, or are we a totally different area in the park?
Let me see. Let me pull this up. Okay, so this will, the neighborhood association will repair and resurface the property's parking lot for use as a food truck lot. This will be removing blight and vegetative overgrowth, as well as repurposing the vacant lot after the blight removal has happened.
Okay, so are we not addressing the dead trees at all in the park now? Or is that gonna be another resolution later?
So my understanding is that part of removing the vegetative overgrowth does include removal of one,
Yeah, that's
at least, that is my understanding based on what was submitted, was that the vegetative overgrowth does include some dead, both plants or overgrown brush, but also some dead trees, so.
Okay. So none of that 25,000 had been used yet?
Correct, it's not been put under contract, so it was not able to be put under contract for the fiduciary to then move forward with the contracted use.
So the food truck was part of the original submission, but somehow got overlooked? Is that what I'm understanding? This should have been, when it was presented in the original write-up, this is what should have been there, is the food truck.
So, sorry, just trying to make sure that, So this one, yes, but also I think that there was also an account number issue as well. I think that was another issue, is because each of our categories have different account numbers, and so vacant lot reuse, it has a different set of accounts that we use for tracking versus if it is one of the other ARPA categories, and I think that was another issue as well. So, I think, yeah.
Okay. So will there be any rental income or that gained from this? How does that work? The food trucks are just gonna come, be able to park and sell their wares rent-free? Or will there be some revenue that we receive from those trucks being in place?
The city will not be the final owner of the lot. So the lot itself would be not under the city ownership, I guess. Is that?
Who owns the lot?
I believe it's the Genesee County Land Bank.
Wait.
I think so.
So this is a land bank lot.
And so I think the neighborhood association is actually going to be owning it. So it's going to be something that is actually programmed as part of the neighborhood association. So.
We'll come back and talk, because I'm not, so this lot is not the city's lot or park?
I mean, if you would like me to go and talk to the neighborhood association to get more clarity, I'm just going off of the bullet points I was given. I'm sorry.
And I'm just trying to understand, because we just talked about with the senior center, they're, part of the reason why we're looking to collect rent is because they're collecting some rents. And I would assume that, with these trucks being there would be some rental income associated.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
Councilman Murphy?
Okay. So we, on this resolution, we only just approving the correction of a typo, correct? That we already approved. I'm not, I guess I'm just trying to figure out what is, if we already approved it and they just had to correct it in the contract, why are we, what's the problem? We already approved it. So.
Request for information.
Yes.
Please pause the time. What is your request?
Is my colleague aware? I would love to have dialogue to be able to discuss why with you, but I'm restrained under our rules. But I would love to.
So yeah, I mean, if they caught the correction of the typo and they fixed it and it just had to come back to city council, I think I would rather just go on and prove it and be done, because we got other agenda items, and I'm not saying this ain't important, but if they caught it and they bringing it back to fix it, it's just a matter of us just approving it. So I'm good with it. Thank you guys for correcting and it's another one on here too, same situation. I wish we could have got both of them together. We could have killed two birds in one stone, but that's not the case. So on that, I would like to call for the question.
There is a motion on the floor to call for the question. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilperson in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alderman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. Is there anyone else who would like to floor in the first round? The call for the question has failed. Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
So, Ms. Dorr, I think that it's probably incorrect to say that there's only typos, because this is a substantially different resolution than what you're saying that is replacing. There's definitely not just typos. It's a different category. It's a different, there's quite a bit of difference. So, my question to you is, does the neighborhood association currently own this property? Or do they have a purchase agreement for this property? Is it zoned properly for a food truck? Because with our new zoning, you can't just park that on a city street. So is the property in question zoned correctly?
So, to be clear, this is not drastically different. We wanted to put in additional information, but the alternative use of the vacant lot that would.
But the previous one was blight. This
Well,
is.
so that's what, so we wanted to make sure it was understood that the end result of the funds would be this alternative use, but the funds itself is for the blight removal that we talked about. So the dead tree removal, the vegetation, the brush that has to be cleaned. So, but we also felt that because it's not under the blight category, it's under the alternative use for vacant lot, which was why there was different account numbers. We wanted to make sure we were clear. If you want additional information on that alternative use, we will put that in additional.
Does the neighborhood association own the lot currently?
I would need to follow up with you. I know that there was talks of the fiduciary being able to purchase it from the land bank. I think they even had a purchase agreement, but I don't have that in front of me, so.
Well, shouldn't this say that they're going to use some of the funds to purchase the lot?
I'm not sure if these funds are being used to purchase a lot. I think it was, I don't know that that's in this budget, actually. That's
Okay.
part of this, is that the budget itself looks like a blight removal budget because of what the categories are or what they're using the funds, but it is with the intent for this alternative use that was resident informed by the members of the resident association.
So when you look at that, can you also look to see if it's zoned for this? I don't want to fund it if it's not zoned for this.
No, absolutely, and I'm happy to provide information about what type of zoning, and then also food truck lots have requirements from our building department around required bathroom access, so porta-johns. I mean, we can really dig into all of that thing, but none of that is what the ARPA funds are being used for, just to be clear. So, but I'm happy to provide it. That's no problem.
But that's why we put it in here, so you could see the end result, and then now we're saying that we can't look into the end result?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm telling you that I will get that for you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion, is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, Emily, so the first one had blight. We're adding in a food truck, or are food trucks under blight, or, I mean, I'm not.
So none of the intended uses of the funds changed, but again, it was not the correct description around why it was in the alternative use of vacant lots category, and so we wanted to make sure that that was clear. And so, again, we will get more information for the alternative use of vacant lot, even though, again, the actual budgeted uses is not going to change. We will get you more information. None of these funds are being used for food.
Right, and I understand that. So, but it's the category. So if we're saying where that is and where would these trucks be, because there would need to be a parking lot. And I don't think, they don't have a parking lot over there. So I'm not even talking, excuse me.
Request for information.
Please pause the time. What is your request?
Does my colleague know that it is a parking lot over there?
So here's the first time she's interrupting, because this is what she does every time I speak. So the food trucks, when they're sitting on asphalt or the streets with the generators, and how many that would be there. So you're stating you're adding, it was omitted before, because that's not a typo, I think it was omitted, it wasn't put in there. And now it has to be added in there, as to clear up the alternative use for vacant lots.
The typo was the account number, because
the
our
account
account numbers, we have a different account code for each of the 11 categories, and so the account code needed to be corrected.
Okay, so the account code needed to be corrected, but we didn't have food truck in there before, did we? Wasn't it for blight?
So I don't have that
Because
original
this one states
result.
food truck.
Let me see.
I believe. This one states food truck
Correct,
now.
that is the end use, but let me
Yeah.
see if I can pull up that result.
That's what it states, a food truck. And so if we're looking at, that's not a typo. I understand a typo is a number that, you know, may have been, improperly put in, or, but this one before it was blight, now it's in, so it seems like it's a different use, although it may fall underneath the same category. So, and the time's gonna be running out, Emily, so,
I mean, I will happily bring you back exactly what they're
okay.
doing. I'm sorry,
Okay,
it's the exact same thing I said to Councilman Pfeiffer. I will bring
Yeah.
everything that they are doing
Yeah.
to you, even, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Yeah, I think, through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Dewar, the original resolution is for park revitalization. It had nothing to do with a food truck. Resolution 240143, the project purpose was for park revitalization. And it fell under the category of blight. That was the original resolution. And it was voted on in council, I believe, April 22nd, 2024. So how do we get a resolution today for a different purpose? This is a different project purpose.
I will, again, my apologies that if I'm not being clear, the work that will be done with the ARPA funds is the same work. That hasn't changed. It's the fact that it was meant to be in the vacant lot reuse category. That's the category it should have been in.
But it's not.
So we are trying to make it right in terms of the category that it was applied for and put under originally, or should have been put under originally, is different than this category, but the fund usage hasn't changed. So we thought it was deemed by our legal department most appropriate to make sure we brought it back and had the correct account number, which was the typo that reflected the correct category. So I will, like I said, I will follow up with more
Yeah,
information about the alternative
The account number
use.
is different, I see that, the account number is different. But the project purpose is not the same. So, I don't know what you guys want to do with this resolution, but I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward?
I'd like to make, I don't know if it'd be a substitute motion or what, but that we keep this in Finance Committee.
So there is a motion on the floor to keep this in finance. Is there support? It's been moved and probably supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. This resolution stays in finance, and that was Resolution 2-40324, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds, Neighborhood Engagement Hub, as fiduciary for Cyrus Park Neighborhood Association for alternate use of vacant lots. Moving on to 2-40325, ARPA funds, Flint Odyssey House, mental health referrals and services support, respond to the impacts of the pandemic. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the second ward.
I move that we send this to council.
There's been a motion on the floor to move 2-40325 to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion in the first round?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Is this the same situation?
So this one's easier. It is the same situation. The typo is specifically in the it is resolved section of Resolution 230414. In that it is resolved section, it named the wrong agency. And so we have to have this updated resolution that names the correct agency. And so that is what you will see.
All right, thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round? Is there
Madam Chair,
anyone?
Yeah.
Oh, Councilman in the 8th Ward.
So this is for basically rehab, right?
So, so this, again, nothing has changed. This is still
No,
Odyssey
I know,
House.
I understand that.
Same
I'm
project
doing some different
description.
thinking here.
Yes.
But this is basically to fund some rehab program, right? It says for peer recovery coaching services. I'm assuming that's drug related.
That is correct, yep. That is what Odyssey House is, substance abuse assistance and rehab, correct. Yep.
So, I mean, since we have to redo this, should we relook at this and use opioid dollars and not ARPA dollars? This is $36,000 that we can reallocate for something else.
I agree with that.
I'm gonna make Emily, I wanna just do a little thing here.
Can we just ask first? Because
Well,
if this was
I
something we already.
specifically asked, I want to have a conversation with Sparks Green earlier, and she absolutely said that we could.
But I'm saying, like, legally, if we've already passed something, like, are we going to be?
Oh.
Yeah, so you might want to ask the attorney.
I'll yield the floor if you want to specifically ask
I
that.
can't until everybody's done.
You do point of information and
Yep.
take.
Point of information to city attorney. I have a question. If this is something that we've already passed and it was just a matter of changing one little thing, what would happen if we tried to reallocate money from somewhere else because it's already been passed?
Would we just,
Or-
because we're basically amending, well, this is a total new resolution, right? So we could amend this to change the account numbers.
Request for information though, but if we've already passed something for this already, what happens? Does it mean that there's now two pots of funding that's gonna go to that thing because something has already been passed?
Off the top of my head, first of all, if you're reallocating money, you're gonna have to pass a new resolution.
And that's what this is.
Money, right, and then, I'm not quite sure I understand.
What happens to the old resolution?
Because we passed it.
I can answer that one.
Do we?
If the old resolution is itself
I'm sorry,
effective.
Miss, City, we can't hear you. You're not speaking to the microphone.
We can hear just fine.
First of all, I'm giving you an off-the-cuff legal opinion, but if the old resolution is materially defective, it's gonna be invalid to begin with.
Correct.
So, is it gonna hurt this if we leave this here for 2 weeks to get it fixed, or to change accounts?
If the request is to rewrite this and change the accounts, and that is what the council wants, we can absolutely do that.
What's your request?
Due to the speaker, is it a possibility that we can maybe send it to special affairs, that we're just changing accounts?
Absolutely.
And clean it up in special
well,
affairs?
Yeah, we can make an amendment in special
Amend-
affairs. I don't
right.
care, that's fine with me. I just would rather use the opioid
opioid money.
dollars
It's fine.
when it's specifically targeted thing
Mm-hmm.
instead of ARPA dollars. So I'll make the motion to send this to special affairs.
You want to amend it, Barb?
Well, I don't have to do it, I'm chairing. Mr. Pfeiffer, I think this should be amended first.
But I don't know the account numbers.
We can amend it and just put to be determined, and then move it to special affairs and get the right account number and put it in there.
I was just thinking if we moved it to special affairs, we could do those amendments in special affairs. I don't know, Madam Clerk, what's easier? If we're all in agreement to do this to begin with, I don't know.
Right. I think the easiest would be to move it in its current state, get the information and amend it at that time.
Okay.
So special affairs,
Mm-hmm.
get the information you need amended in special affairs.
Okay. Then the motion to send it to special affairs is still in order?
Yes, and I'll support that motion.
All right, there's been an amended motion to send Resolution 240325 to Special Affairs by the councilman in the 8th Ward and supported by the councilwoman in the 5th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yeah.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240325, ARPA funds, Flint Odyssey House, mental health referral and services support, respond to the impacts of the pandemic has been moved to special affairs. We are now moving on to Resolution 240329, which is the contract Better to Enterprises 50/50 Sidewalk Replacement Program. What is the pleasure of the body? There's a motion on the floor by the councilman in the 8th Ward to send it to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Is there any discussion in the first round?
Yes. What
Councilman in the 3rd Ward, 240329, which was your separation contract Better to Enterprises.
Is to you through to
I
someone
believe
in the
Mr.
administration?
Magaha is here.
Is there someone can speak on the sidewalk?
Yeah, Mr. Magaha.
Yeah, thank you. One of my questions is, we earmarked $2 million for sidewalk repairs, and we also earmarked some money to do an audit of all the evaluations of the sidewalks. And I noticed the other day when I was cutting grass, I see X's on some sidewalks.
Correct.
So, is that audit report completed?
Not completely yet.
Huh?
Not completely yet. They do have a few wards done.
Y'all have a few wards left?
They have a few wards that are finished. I'm marking.
So the funding for the $2 million, how is that being distributed?
Well, we had to pay Spotting DeDecker about 200 grand to do the sidewalk assessment, and then the rest of that money's going to KMI for sidewalk replacement. We do have another 2 million for the trees that are impacted by the sidewalks also.
So out of the 2 million.
Please pause the time. What is your request?
Was part of that $2 million for the sidewalk on City Hall?
No.
No.
Okay.
Because I've been having residents come to me about getting the sidewalks repaired. There were some sidewalks in my neighborhood that need to be fixed, but because the tree is on their property.
Yes.
Is they the ones have to do the 50-50 program, or who are eligible to get the sidewalks out of the funding for the $2 million? I know with my sidewalks that was fixed, and I thank you for that. Probably 3 years ago, or 4 years ago, I don't know, when I put in a request to get my sidewalks fixed. The trees between the sidewalk and street was tearing up my sidewalks in front of my house and on side. So the Genesee County Conservation District came out and cut the whole entire tree down, and they were eventually going to fix my sidewalks since it was the tree, and eventually now my sidewalks got fixed, and I thank you for that. And then the tree on the side is still there. So are you guys prioritizing those trees just only specifically between the street and sidewalk?
That is correct.
So for my neighbors, that sidewalk is jacked up. But because they tree is on, because they brought a vacant lot.
Yes. Until we can get some additional funding, that'll be a 50-50 program tree for them.
Because they kind of pissed off that they didn't get their sidewalks.
Right.
You know,
as of right now, we're doing the right-of-way trees that are impacting the sidewalks.
But I saw the house down the street from me or next door to me, they got their sidewalks done, but that tree's still there, but that sidewalk was messed up, so they went on and fixed. And I noticed that there are some sidewalks that you guys are fixing throughout the neighborhood.
Yeah, we're, Consumers is also fixing sidewalks also, so it's just not the city of Flint.
Consumers jacking up them vacant lots too.
Yes, and they come back and
with
repair
their
'em.
equipment and putting tire tracks in the vacant lots, and then they don't want to come and fix the thing, because some of the vacant lots that I be cutting got a whole bunch of tire track, and I don't know which one did it, because it's kind of hard to tell what the utility trucks, is it Consumers that we go to, who doing what?
Yeah, most of the work is being done by Consumers up there.
Oh, well, they tearing the vacant lots up, and they don't care neither about trying to fix.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round? Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the
Madam
floor.
Chair.
8th Ward, then first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So is the 50-50 program still, is it backlogged at all? We still have good participation rate?
No, we're not backlogged at all. Each year, we finish what people pay for.
Okay. And then, last time I checked, it was the 50% program, or the 50% that the resident was about 125, 150 per square?
Somewhere around there
Is that the
still,
same
yes.
thing? Okay.
Maybe a little bit more.
Okay.
We did have a few 50-50 sidewalks that the last contractor didn't get to, and the city's trying to get to them ASAP.
With this contractor or with the?
No, the city is trying to get to them.
Oh, the city's doing it themselves?
We're trying to, yes.
Okay. That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
That's right, Councilman in the 1st Ward.
So my question to the speaker, how are you guys prioritizing going around doing the sidewalks by being 9 wards? Is it a system in place to how you go about, or when you will hit a certain area or a certain ward or et cetera? Because I have put in a lot of complaints similar to what my colleague said. I got some residents where you got the trees coming up out of the sidewalk area, and it's messing up their yard, and several complaints. So how are you guys prioritizing to getting to the different areas or the wards to address these issues?
It's got to be a 2-inch crack or more. So we have spotting detector. They went out and flagged all the sidewalks with 2 inches or more. If it's a private tree, we only have enough money where we can only do so many sidewalks per ward. So we're trying to do 400 squares per ward.
You say 400 squares per ward?
I'm sorry?
You said 400 squares per ward?
Squares, flags, yes, per ward.
Okay, and is there anything in place or like to get some additional funding to assist individuals who are like low income, seniors and so forth who can't do the 50-50 match?
I'm in hope, since we have this assessment getting done, that we can take that somewhere and try to get some money, some grants.
So this, if this is approved, this what is this 300K, this is just going into what's already being done as far as the 50-50? And
This is just 50-50, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
So, Mr. McGuire, I have a question. So what are we doing about the bad sidewalk in front of homes that are not interested in participating in 50-50?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
What are
that?
we doing about the sidewalks that are in front of homes that are, that need to be fixed, but that homeowner is not participating in the 50-50? Because this is what we have in the neighborhood. We have an individual that's on a walker and that wants to walk up and down the sidewalk. However, the sidewalk in front of specific neighbor house is messed up.
Correct.
And so, because they're on a walker and they want to walk on the sidewalk, because that's where you walk, they have a difficult time walking in front of this house. The homeowner is not interested in fixing the sidewalk, which was damaged by their tree. So what do we do in those cases?
Right now, we don't have any funding available to help that out, but like I said, hopefully going towards the future, having the assessment plan, knowing how bad our sidewalks are, and maybe we can ask for grant money to help address those situations.
Okay. All right, but what we don't have, as we hear, we don't have anything to hold residents, I say, accountable for safety. We don't have that.
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. All right, well, let's see, I think I did have another question about the sidewalks. But no, that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Okay, seeing so there's no one else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion, you said, I'm gonna take my time. You said that we're trying to do 400 squares per ward with the 50-50?
No, with the ARPA funds.
With the ARPA, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, with ARPA. And so those 400 squares are at no cost to residents?
No.
Yep, okay, but with the 50-50, and you probably have the answer here, and I didn't even look at it. With the 50-50, this amount is gonna get us about how many?
It's approximately, I think, $300 to $400 a sidewalk. So, I mean, it would get us quite a bit as long as we have people sign up.
You actually just answered my next question, so I'm done. Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like the floor in the second round?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy.
I think we should, I would like to put a referral. Well, no. I think we should put this on as a discussion item. And I'm not sure what it should go on. Should it be go on finance? Probably finance. But we need to look at finding additional funding for sidewalks. What we need is walkable neighborhoods where people can walk safely on all sidewalks, not just some. And I know before, a long time ago, when Bunch School was open, we had did an audit for walkable schools. Or
Safe
something.
routes to school.
Safe route to school?
Yes.
Yeah, safe route to school thing where the neighborhood that had schools we applied for, and I think it took us like 2 or 3 years to put the process together to apply for funding. And I think it was federal funding that we tried to apply for. But soon as we got to submitting the application, they closed Bunch School. I think we need to come together, work with the administration, and maybe work with some state legislators, because it ain't just a city of Flint issue, it's other issues too, where we can apply for funding to fix sidewalks in neighborhoods so that people who can't afford them or got a tree on their side can still get their sidewalk fixed. So like she said, the neighbor that want to walk down the sidewalk can walk down the sidewalk, because right now the sidewalks is not safe. And even though they in front of people's house, I don't really think it should be our responsibility to have to get some sidewalks fixed that we don't own. So I would like to work with you guys, and I'm not sure if my colleagues would think, I don't know, should we put it on the committee to have a discussion, or y'all not ready to have this discussion? But we should have a discussion about finding additional funding, even if we use some general funds, some community development block grant funds. We already gave $2 million for ARPA funds, but we got to find some funding to get these sidewalks fixed. These sidewalks has been a problem for years, and residents want to see sidewalks fixed. And they really can't afford it. The economy is so jacked up, inflation high, people barely can put food on their table and get medicine, so how they go afford to get some sidewalk fixed? They'll never get fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you to the speaker. Good evening, sir.
Hi.
Just so that I'm clear, there are basically 2 pots of monies for sidewalks. And I think one was referenced earlier, the $2 million is one thing, and then this 50-50 program is something different.
Totally
right?
different, yes.
Okay, now the $2 million is the money that's being used for those sidewalks that have the 2-inch or so or more gap or been lifted primarily because of trees.
Correct.
All right. Now, the 50-50 program, if I understand correctly, not even every damaged sidewalk qualifies for the 50-50 program. Is that correct?
If the homeowner wants it done and they're willing to pay, yes.
So regardless as to, because I was under the understanding it had it to grade at a certain
Not
level
that I'm aware of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay, good. Because that
I mean, we don't want to go out and replace brand new sidewalk.
Okay, because like I said, I was just understanding they had it to grade at a certain degree of damage, I'll say.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
All right. That said, to my colleague in the 3rd Ward, I would definitely be willing to have some conversation with you around how we could approach something like that, because there are many residents, and I've received calls and concerns around sidewalks, and you know, it is definitely something that is of concern. So I'd be willing to work with you to see how we can approach this in one way or another. So that's what I had. So I thank you. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round? Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
So through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney. So if someone is to fall on one of these bad sidewalks, who's responsible?
If this is privately owned property, it's the owner of the property.
So, well, the property belongs to the city, it's a city sidewalk. So are you referring to?
Sidewalk, then there's an exception to governmental immunity for sidewalks that have not been properly maintained. So the city would be on the.
Excuse me, can you speak into your mic?
If it's city-owned property, excuse me, there is an exception to governmental immunity for sidewalks that have not been properly maintained, and the city would be on the hook.
And the city would not be at fault. Yeah, talking to your mic. I can't hear you over here.
I am so sorry. I'm doing the best I can. If it's a city-owned sidewalk and there's a defect in the sidewalk, like a big chip out of it or something where ice can accumulate, then the city would be liable for any injuries sustained by a person who slipped and fell or something like that.
Okay, so when you say a city-owned property,
Yes.
which is the city sidewalk.
If it's city-owned property.
Okay, so are you referring to the house in front of the sidewalk must be owned by the city?
What I am saying is that, I guess I'm not quite sure. If there's a lot on a private street and the owner of the home owns out to the road, that's the homeowner's sidewalk. If, and I'm not sure, I haven't seen the deeds or anything like that, if the city owns the parkway and is responsible for the sidewalk, then it's the city's responsibility. And so I'd have to know more facts, I guess, to answer your question.
So if someone walks in front of my house, okay? If they walk in front of my house, and if they trip over a bad sidewalk in front of my house, who's liable?
I believe you are. Yes.
Okay. All right. So what I just heard is clearly, if someone, so we're waiting on you all to fix the sidewalk. If we don't participate in the 50/50 program, like the neighbor is refusing to do so in this instance, if someone was to fall, that neighbor will be liable.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
In the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Yeah, so they're specifically, there's called city sidewalks, but the residents own the sidewalks in front of their house, and by ordinance, they are supposed to maintain and properly keep those up. So there's actually an ordinance on there that says if you don't keep up with your sidewalk or whatever, you're liable. So the city does not own the sidewalks. It's an easement, but it's owned by the residents.
All right, is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 1st Ward, you have the floor.
So definitely, I would be in agreement with what my colleague in the 9th and 3rd Ward had mentioned about having some further conversation about getting additional dollars to support our low-income to no-income individuals who have damaged porches and so forth, and also to the administration or maybe even the city attorney can answer this. I know at one of our meetings, we are going to be awarded some additional opioid dollars that could be utilized, 30% up to for different things. Maybe we can look at getting some dollars from there to support a bigger project like this, because a lot of these sidewalks are very, very damaged in everybody's neighborhood.
Yep.
And then what was just stated by the attorney is we putting it on the residents. If we can't afford to match 50-50, how can we, do anything to replace them or anything like that? So it's obviously a hardship. So I think we definitely need to find some additional dollars to better support our residents.
Sounds wonderful, yeah.
That's it.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Alrighty, seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion, this is the roll call vote to send Resolution 240329, Contract Better to Enterprises 50/50 Sidewalk Replacement Program to Council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240329, Contract Better to Enterprises 50/50 Sidewalk Replacement Program has been sent to council. Moving on to Resolution 240337, which is the funding of the Public Health Office opioid settlement funds. What is the pleasure of the body?
I would like to move resolution 240337 to council.
There has been a motion made by the councilman in the 3rd Ward to move Resolution 240337 to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilperson in the 1st Ward. Is there discussion in the first round?
Yes.
Councilman in the 3rd Ward, you have the floor.
Through you to the administration, is there someone that could speak on the Office of Public Health?
Ms. Shelley Sparks Green is going to join us.
Okay. So the reason why I separated this resolution, I have a resident that's a senior citizen that's living in a house. They on dialysis. They don't have they don't have working hot water. They need a hot water tank. They just in a situation or situations, and I'm trying to do what I can to try to help them. And is this public health office, will they be able to assist people in that kind of
Yes, sir.
situation where I think we used to, I used to see a sign downstairs or something where they used to give free hot water tanks or something.
They do
I
that
don't
at
know.
G-Card.
I think they out of funding or something.
I went to their board meeting not too long ago. I think they got some new funding.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I went to their board meeting, I think last week. I think they might have some new round of funding for that.
They might got some funding now for hot water tanks. So she could probably call them and get put on a waiting list.
Yep.
It's some people.
And she can always call the Office of Public Health because they may
There's
have more
some people
resources.
in emergency situations.
Yeah, they are.
And we really don't know that some people be in these situations until we go pay them a visit. That's why I think it's important sometime. If we got senior citizens in our ward that need to be checked on, we need to, if we can, check on them, because you just never know the situation that they living in, and somebody is living in a bad situation, and I want to do what I can as a council person to try to help them. Do we got a resource guide pamphlet in the health department?
Yes.
That I can pick up and take so that they can know what kind of services is provided? She even need a ramp.
I'm not sure if you can take it, but they do have a resource guide that they help out the
You
citizens.
have to use what?
I'm not sure if they have a guide that you can take away from there, but they do have a guide to where they help the citizens when they call in. A resource guide.
Okay. All right, that's all I have.
So I'm sure they wouldn't mind giving you a copy, but I'm just saying, I don't know if
So
they have a takeaway
if
copy.
I had to, if I reported this to the public health office, would they be able to connect with her and assist her with applying for the necessary stuff that she need to get her?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Ms. Sparks Green, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. It looks like, is this basically funding 3 staff persons in that unit? Is that what they have now?
They have 3, 4. They have 4, I think, now.
4?
Uh-huh.
So, because I'm seeing full-time wages for non-exempt, a salaried employee, wages part-time employees. Okay, so it says employees plural. So I'm assuming there are 2 then part-time employees.
Yes, there are.
Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And last year we used opioid funds as well.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That is the clarity I wanted. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Nobody else would like the floor in the first round of discussion? All right, seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion, I am going to take some time here. So obviously, public health and opioid settlement funds correlate. But with this 400,000, we're earmarking this as not a part of the 30%, but just as the regular that we can spend it, because we're saying it's going to go toward also helping people with opioid addiction as well.
Yes.
And so this doesn't take away from the 30% that's earmarked to do something else.
No.
Okay. All right, that's all I had. Is anyone interested in taking the floor in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one interested, this is the roll call vote to send 240337, funding Public Health Office opioid settlement funds to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240337, which is the funding of Public Health Office opioid settlement funds, has been sent to council. Moving on to Resolution 24. Thank you, Ms. Sparks Green.
Thank you.
Moving on to Resolution 240338, Hubble, Roth, and Clark Incorporated Preliminary Conceptual Design, Flint Fire and Police Department's Training Complex for fiscal year '25. What's the pleasure of the body?
I would like to move resolution 240338 to council.
Mr. Murphy, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Through you to.
No.
Huh?
You have the floor to make your motion. You just yelled out. You didn't ask for the floor.
I didn't make the motion?
No, you did not properly make the motion. You just yelled out.
What she say? Oh, I would like to make a motion to move 240338 to council.
There's a motion on the floor to move 240338 to council by their third ward councilman. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Councilman Murphy, I'm assuming you would like the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I had a brain freeze right quick, through you to the fire chief. Is he in the back? Wiggins?
Chief Wiggins, please join us.
Wiggins, this resolution is for Hubble, Roth, and Clark Incorporation preliminary and conceptual design for the Flint Fire and Police Department Training Complex for the fiscal 2025 year. Could you explain to us in the public, for those who don't know, what is this that you guys are doing and where are you guys at with this project?
Well, we are in the phase of Hubble and Roth. They have designed the conceptual drawings of what we want, and all we're doing tonight is extending this contract into this fiscal year because we didn't use all of the funds, so we're just extending it. But we have conceptual drawings already. I'd like to share them with you guys. Not tonight, we don't have them, but to see what they've already designed. The police department's gun range, outbuildings. You should have something before you also with zoning zoning all of the areas of the operation and closing Robert Street. So it's an ongoing process. That's where we're at right now. The properties that we have acquired is in zoning, and we are only just extending the contract that we have been working on in last fiscal year.
When are you guys planning on presenting the rough draft to us?
I would have to get with the architecturals, Hubble and Roth, but we have something soon that we can give to you all, maybe by next council, if we can display it or.
Council is Monday. We in committee.
Maybe
so
we
you
can
sure you ready for Monday?
Yeah, we have it.
You can have it by Monday?
Yes. Will we have special affairs Monday?
Yes.
Maybe we can give it to you guys in special affairs. It's a conceptual drawing of what we asked for, which would include the existing fire station. It would also include a fire training tower that's 3 stories high. And as I said, the police building that will be their gun range.
Do you guys have a budget, a cost analysis of how much it'll cost to put this entire project together?
No, sir. We just have the conceptual drawings. And we can show you guys that probably in special affairs.
So I would like to move this to special affairs. I would like to make an amended motion to move resolution 240338 to special affairs.
The councilman in the 3rd Ward has made an amended motion to move 240338, which is the preliminary and conceptual design for the Flint and Fire Police Department Training Complex for fiscal year 2025 to special affairs. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Yes. Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis? Is not in. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240338, which is the Hubble, Roth, and Clark Incorporated Preliminary and Conceptual Design Flint Fire and Police Department's Training Complex for fiscal year 2025, has been moved to special affairs. Moving on to Resolution 240343, reallocation of ARPA funds grants for community engagement and beautification and external minor home repairs, 1st Ward priorities ward account. What is the pleasure of the body?
I would like to make a motion to move resolution 240343 to council.
There has been a motion to move resolution 240343 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Councilman in the 3rd Ward.
This is a resolution that Councilman Garrett separated for the 1st Ward. So until he get here to use up his 5 minutes, I would like to, through you, to Leon Elamine, could you explain to the public what this resolution is for?
Sure. Madam Chair. Through you to Councilman in the 3rd Ward. So what this resolution is in regards to the $30,000 that each council person has been allocated to utilize in their ward. The specific resolution I have brought to the council addresses some concerns and needs that I've received from residents in my ward constantly, and I wanted to make sure we utilize these dollars in a way that it really benefits them. So part of, as you see in there, it will be to do some replacement of some porches, Also establish a grass cutting program because we continuously having issues with land bank not cutting the grass. And so we have identified a small company that we can support locally to help our seniors in cutting their grass. Also, to redo the pavement for where at a church location where the kids do a lot of activities has become severely damaged. And the other is supporting another church in the First Ward that does a lot of work, especially with our seniors, feeding them and providing them healthy foods and so forth.
Thank you for that. Councilman Murphy was actually the one who had the floor, so I'm not sure. He walked out. So I think that we'll go ahead and take the floor from him. Councilman, in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Through you to the First Ward Councilman, is there a fiduciary over any of these? Is there a fiduciary that's handling this entire thing, or no?
Yes. The fiduciary will be Neighborhood Engagement Hub.
Neighborhood Engagement Hub. Is it stated on here?
It does.
Where? Am I overlooking it?
Because that says Action Council. I thought it said HUD.
Does it, should it say Neighborhood Engagement Hub as a fiduciary on this?
Yeah, that should have been on there.
Should have been?
Yeah, it should have been on there.
Okay. So we can amend that. My next question is, how are you going to determine, or who's determining these, who gets selected for each one of these projects?
So we follow the same process that Metro Community Development followed when they were distributing the funds they were receiving to assist individuals with home repair. I had a conversation with the CEO over there, Brian. He gave me the list of the remaining individuals who didn't receive any funding. And we're going off the ones that was in the First Ward that they weren't able to support.
So they applied through Metro, and you're backfilling that?
Yes.
Perfect. I like that. That's an excellent idea. And then these other ones, this paving one, there was an actual bid for this amount?
Yep. So for the pavement, that's at a church that does a lot of work in the ward. And that area is like a playground area that they utilize that's been severely damaged.
Okay. Then that's all I have. In the second round, I will, if somebody else doesn't, I'll make the amendment to add the fiduciary language onto it. But other than that, thank you.
Yes. Is there anyone else who would like the floor for the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to, I don't know if you all got this email from Tom Wyatt on July 25th. And the email basically said that the Neighborhood Engagement Hub, they are, currently we are not taking on additional reimbursable grants. And I guess, which means that.
Request for information. Are you asking the person who submitted this information if they already had an agreement prior to that email?
Yes, I'm getting to that. And so I guess what I'm asking, and Madam Chair, through you to the council person in the First Ward, did you already have an agreement with them?
Yes.
Okay.
I spoke with Tom prior to that email. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, because we did, I think all council members received the email on July 25th. So that was my question. You know, they said they're not, I don't know when they're going to open it back up to, you know, be fiduciaries of grants as far as the neighborhood associations. But I just wanted to bring that to the floor. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward.
Yeah. Through you to the councilman in the First Ward. So with the porches that are gonna be repaired that were referred from Metro, were you using their quotes as well or did you identify this J. Lear Construction?
So I looked at their quotes. I had opportunity to see the contractors that they work with. And I also did my own selection of reaching out to contractors, and I found one that was a little cheaper than the guys that they're using. So we went with this one, the cheapest one.
Okay. I'm fine with that. No, I'll stop there.
All right, is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
So, through you, Madam Chair, to First Ward Councilman again. So I just want to be clear that this $30,000 and all of these quotes and dollar amounts would include the fiduciary fee in those dollar amounts?
Yep, that's included as well.
Okay, so the $30,000 in these amounts for these quotes includes the fiduciary fee that would go to neighborhood engagement. Okay.
Yep.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make I would like to make a motion to amend 240343 to a .1 to include the language, all dollars shall be allocated through the fiduciary of Neighborhood Engagement Hub, and I so move.
All right, there is a motion on the floor to amend 240343 to 240343.1, adding that all funding will go through the fiduciary of the Neighborhood Engagement Hub.
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 3rd Ward. Is there a discussion? Seeing as how there's no discussion, we will vote on amending this resolution. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution has been amended to a .1. What is the pleasure of the body with 240343.1?
Send the council.
The councilman in the 8th Ward has made a motion to send resolution 240343.1 to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Is there any discussion in the first round? Seeing as how there is no discussion, any discussion in the second round? I don't think we do a second round. Seeing as how there is no discussion, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240343.1, reallocation of ARPA funds grants for community engagement and beautification and external minor home repairs, 1st Ward priorities, ward account, has been sent to council.
Adjourn.
There is a motion to adjourn. That motion was made by the councilman in the 8th Ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The time is now 8:51 p.m. on Wednesday, August 7, 2024. This Finance Committee meeting is adjourned.
All right, I would like to call this legislative committee to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett? You have 8 members present.
Yes, is there any add-ons and additions to the agenda that my colleagues would like to add? Any
Mr.
add-
Chair? Mr. Chair?
Huh? Say that again? I
You
can't
have to
hardly
say
hear.
there's
I
8
don't-
members present.
Oh, I'm sorry. 8 members present. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Any add-ons?
Yes.
Yes, what's,
I would like to add a discussion item about how we can help residents legislatively on the sidewalk process. Before adjournment.
Okay.
After ordinance, before adjournment.
all right. Any more add-ons, additions to the agenda?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The administration is presenting an amendment to the ordinance number 240192. They have some language changes, and they're asking council to make that amendment, so I would like to pass out the, oh, that's what you got? Nope.
So is it proper to,
Yes.
drop resolution 240192 indefinitely and add the, 24019 2.1?
No. No.
No, it's not?
Attorney Sparrow has handed out the copies. It should be a red line version, and the actual amendments that they have, it's to the item on your agenda right now. So I would just ask that when you get to that item, that you make the motion to amend to this version, and then do whatever your pleasure is with that item. But this is, the administration is asking that this lead line ordinance be changed to this version before you consider it.
Yes.
So yes, you would keep the same number. Don't drop it or anything. Just amend it when you get to that point.
Okay. I also would like to add,
So what is this one?
after the discussion item, the voter, the election from last night, a discussion, because it sounds as if we had some confusion at some polling sites and the result count. I
Mr.
just
Chair.
think we need to have a discussion to make sure
Mr.
that
Chair.
we're clear.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm speaking as the clerk, and you can discuss whatever you want. I just don't know that this is the proper forum for that discussion. I just want to put that on the record.
So we gonna put this on here? What we need to put it on, government ops? So you suggest we put this on government ops? Okay, that'll be fine. All right, we could do that then. All right, so do we need to vote on the add-on, or without objection? I'll just add the sidewalk project on, and also add the amended agenda, ordinance number on without objection, if that's fine with the body. So now it's set aside the time for public speaking. Is there any?
Request for information.
Yes.
What number change are you talking about?
Well, they just passed this out.
Yeah, but we have to vote to put it as a .1.
Okay, I'll wait till we get there. Okay.
I was
All right.
confused. I thought the number changed or something.
Okay, we'll wait till we get to that item. For some reason, you guys, I can't hear, I think I'm kinda stopped up, so.
It's probably the haircut.
Whatever. But yeah, so if I'm asking y'all what y'all saying, it's cause I can't really hear. Some reason my ears is kinda clogged up on both sides. I don't know what's going on. Now it's set aside for public speaking. Is there any public speaking, Clerk Davina?
The first speaker is Doug Matthews. Not him.
Doug Matthews?
Hello again, everyone. My name is Doug Matthews, and I'm a good government activist from the 7th Ward. It's time to confront the falsehoods being spread by Congresswoman Tanya Burns, or Councilwoman Tanya Burns, Jan Marie Arbor, Jedediah Brown, Winters Hall of Fake 10 News, and their allies, what Arthur Woodson recently called the basket of snakes. These individuals are tearing apart our community with their racist tropes, manipulative tactics, and deceit. I know, I have been at the sharp end of it. Now that I have Freedom of Information results from the Flint police, let's set the record straight. Firstly, their baseless claims that I was removed from a city council meeting for using racial slurs and that the police chased me out for this reason is an outright lie. The truth is that Sergeant Vincent Villarreal unlawfully ordered me out of the meeting for my own safety. Jedediah Brown later told his followers he had personally chased me out. Villarreal did not handle the matter appropriately that night or since. Burns has claimed that Villarreal told her he heard me make racist comments, words that were never spoken. However, the Flint Police Department's own records show that no such report was ever made through official channels. No police complaints or reports, no incident logs, no call logs, no dispatch records. Why did he supposedly say this to Burns without any official reports up the chain of command? Secondly, Burns also claims that Villarreal told her he had body cam evidence of these alleged comments. This is another blatant lie. The Flint Police Department has confirmed that Villarreal was not wearing any operating body cam that night, so no such evidence exists. Lastly, Burns has stated that Villarreal told her he reported the incident to Chief Terrence Green. This too also is proven a lie, as Chief Green has denied the existence of any such report. Burns has shown herself to be a slying, crying, lying mess, to paraphrase Arthur Woodson's opinion of her. She is manipulative, deceitful, and willing to tear down anyone that stands in her way. This level of dishonesty and chaos is not what our community needs. If anything happens to me, if I am harmed, it will be because Burns pulled the trigger with her lies and deceit. Let's expose the truth and put an end to these disgraceful tactics. We deserve representatives who value truth, justice, and the American way.
Thank you. Next public speaker, please.
Thank you. I'm chairing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we know you just got elected. Pump your brakes. Yeah. So, next public speaker.
The next speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. And to you, Mr. President, through forgot her name, 7th Ward Council lady just got voted in. Ms. Mashak, you noticed in the last meeting when the lady got with the poppycock sign got attacked before she even got through, Ward 2 Council lady went back there and told her bodyguard to make sure she hassled her like his bulldog did. He act like the dog, and she got out. I told him, leave her alone. The brown dude, Julio. And then Councilman Murphy hollered out and told you to check and ignore what?
Hold on for a minute.
Oh,
Stop
come on.
the time. What's your point of order? Huh? All right. He getting feedback. Step away a little bit from the mic, RL. Maybe that'll help.
What did you
I can't hear RL because I'm hearing other people talk. Okay. So, audience in the back.
Stop the clock, Lavina.
I'm not sure who it is, but my colleague is getting feedback from the conversation. So could y'all please at least calm it down so we can be able to listen to what RL have to say. Thank you. Thanks. All right, go ahead.
Okay, like I was saying, when the peoples are being attacked by Eveline Lewis, when the woman got up here and talking, she automatically went back there before the woman got through speaking and directed her bodyguard to hassle one of us, we the people, out of here. And he got all up in her face, voking her, and she told him to get her hand off of him. And then you, Mr. Murphy, you hollered out to Council President to do something about me, but Mr. Mashak ain't like that, like the mayor downstairs. He got them new bodyguards down there, told him, jumping on the lady, put the lady out, broke her 2 knees, and then she refused to leave, and then actually they were texting the new bodyguard, he black, and he already pushed her down one time, and then I come in there, she called me, and now today he come up here he keep running my face, and what kind of business you got up on this property, sir? Big black dude. I said, man, who told you to say that? He said, the mayor. And then he went in the water department and whispered to, and the big goon come out, and another big goon. And that's what, and you think Mr. Mashak gonna follow your orders to jump on me? Who you think you is? We're American, and on little Haitian drunken gang leaders drunk you be doing around here. You think and you automatically gonna be dealt with. You're like I was saying, like that Jefferson Park. You put that wood around there, but the land bank think they get away with the people money up there, pickpocketing that little penguin downstairs, like he calling the shots. Talking about jumping on, pressing the peoples. You got that, Mr. Murphy? In that? Oh, you do get it, you bobblehead. Now take that, America. Thank you.
Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Casella Matier. Not in.
Is they here?
Claire McClinton. Not
Next
in.
public speaker.
Kawana Mack is not in. Sherry Smith, not in. John McFadden, not in. And the last speaker is James Moore.
All right, James Moore.
James Moore, 2nd Ward, here tonight. Just want to say to our state representative.
Could you speak in the mic a little bit?
Can you hear me now?
It's a little better.
All right. To Mrs. Neely, I just want to congratulate her on her win. I had the good fortune of being in the restaurant celebrating with everyone else on all the different situations that was going on yesterday, winners, losers. at the end of the day, we all still are neighbors. We come back together to enjoy ourselves. I like to say it was nice being in the presence of our past mayor and our current mayor, and the atmosphere in the restaurant was still pleasant. I think if they would come together and do something to change the tone or the atmosphere in the city, from our leadership from up top, maybe to help those dying down on the bottom. I'd just like to say to the mayor, thank you for instructing me to take the remaining pizza home and salad. I took them to 2 different households, and the kids really appreciated it, and I believe that their parents did too. The whole point of all this here is that if we come learn to work together, we can get some things accomplished. It was nice being at the city council meeting this evening, with the exception of Judy Priestley not being here. But it was nice to be able to see that y'all can laugh and get some business done, and I believe this has accomplished, and I hope that it will be something that we can move forward with and keep that nature going, and just try to be able to do the job with a different tone, you know. In spite of what other people may come to say, I appreciate a lot of y'all in a lot of different ways for the things that I see you do. And everybody in the city of Flint really don't want to sit in those 9 seats. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker,
Mr. Moore was the last speaker.
the last speaker. All right, any council response? Any council?
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I got that
Councilwoman
right.
Burns.
Thank you. I want to respond to Doug Matthews. Normally I don't, because I think you have some serious issues. One, your story isn't truthful. It's not factual. You come in here underneath the premise of being a good government activist, and you're not. We just had an election. An election was a very close election. Everything is great. The only bad energy is when you keep walking through that door. That election was 869 to 815. Tonight's going great. It's going great, and you didn't notice that because that's not your intent. But let me make it very clear, because you seem to have a problem. I don't know if it's with, well, obviously with me, and I am a black woman, and you have continuously made a habit of going after black people. So you stated, and this is a fact, you stated, hey, Snakebite, fomenting racial hatred again? No, Doug, that's your job. Each time you look, oh, you're so immature, oh my God. You're whining with your hands. How shameful. Just another day at the office for you. By the way, your avatar is pumpkin colored, not black. You are a white male telling me as a black woman that I'm not black. And now you're whining. I don't know why they let you out the house, honestly. And as far as you being disrespectful to Sergeant Villarreal, I never said that he had a cam on. And when would you and I ever have a conversation? I don't like you. You don't have any redeeming qualities. When would I have said to you, that Sergeant Villarreal had a body cam? I didn't tell you that. I didn't have that I don't talk to you. He did his job, whatever happened, and I didn't report you. I don't know why you can't get that through your head. Someone else did. They heard you say it. They warned him. Someone else told them. I was not even, you don't tell factual stories. He did his job. He said he heard the N-word, and so did other people. Don't come in here giving Rachel hatred if you don't want people to call you on it.
Hold on.
Point of order.
I got it.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
The point of order is, according to council rules, we have exactly 2 minutes, and wrapping up is not afforded in that time. Thank you.
Well, in all due respect, I'm chairing this meeting, and I wanted her to wrap up, and I was allowing her. I knew she was getting ready to wrap up, so I allowed her the opportunity.
Point of order.
Yes.
With all due respect, according to council rules, we do not get time to wrap up. That's why we have big monitors before us, so we can allocate our response appropriately. We don't want to violate council rules. Thank you.
In all due respect, as long as I'm chairing this meeting, I'll do it how I feel fit to do it.
Point of order.
You can,
Point of order.
Yes.
And with all due respect, as long as you do not follow council rules, the chair will be brought to order like any other member of this body.
well, do what you need to do. But I'm carrying this meeting. Any other speakers would like to speak during this, council response?
Mr. Chair.
Candace?
Thank you.
Councilwoman?
Absolutely.
Elected
Thank you,
Councilwoman
because let me help you out.
Candace
Elected Councilwoman Candace Mashat, AKA Vice President of the Flint City Council. Candace
Boom.
Mashat, AKA still
Boom.
sitting here, close or not, victory won. No matter who was at the polls trying to stop that from happening, I'm still sitting up here as an elected member of the Flint City Council who would like to state for the record that my colleague is a little bit incorrect in the fact that she always responds to Doug Matthews every opportunity she gets. And also, I want us to be clear that not everything is racial, even though we try to make it seem that way because it benefits us at the time to try and paint a person as something that they are not. In the same way that she wants truths told about her, Mr. Matthews also deserves to have truths told about him and his character and his personality, who he is. The bottom line is it's two people who simply don't get along, and we all know the different reasons why. And so the only thing that we can do at this point is what I think our colleagues have asked us to do all the time, and what we've had to do is take it on the chin when residents come up here, because we've taken a lot on the chin time after time when residents have come up here and said some wild things. And there are some things that could have been said back to those residents, but we opted out of saying things back to those residents. So let's all be mindful as elected officials how we are held to a different standard. Thank you.
Is you done? Councilwoman Vice President?
I am, yes.
All right. Any other speakers would like to speak? Any other speakers would like to speak? This public speaking is now closed. Moving right along to ordinance 240168.1, amendment ordinance, amending ordinance chapter 4, air pollution control, section 4-13, open burning.
Mr.
This is
Chair.
a resolution
Mr.
that
Chair.
was,
I'm
yes.
sorry to interrupt. It's the consent agenda that you need to ask for.
I cannot hear what.
There's a consent agenda that you should ask for. If there's a body's pleasure on the consent agenda. You went straight to the ordinances without the opportunity for a consent vote.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
make a motion to approve the consent agenda with any separations.
Okay, I would like to, a motion has been made to approve the consent agenda with any separation. Is
Mr.
there a
Chair.
second?
Mr.
Councilwoman Vice President Candace Mashat.
Mr.
Seconded.
Chair.
Any separations?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
total separation.
Huh?
Complete separation.
Complete separation. All right, first ordinance is, the resolution, ordinance number 240168.1, amended ordinance, amendment ordinance chapter 4, air pollution control, section 4-13, open burning. What's the pleasure of the body?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion, and I'm gonna do this out of respect for my colleague who introduced this and she's not here to defend it, to keep resolution 240168.1, amended ordinance chapter 4, air pollution, section 4-13, open burning, in legislative committee.
There's a motion been made to keep ordinance 240168.1 into legislation.
I would like to withdraw my motion and make a new motion.
Okay, I'll order that without objection.
Absolutely, because I realize the chief is here to talk about it, so I didn't want to take away his opportunity by leaving it here. I would like to move this resolution to council.
There's a motion on the floor to move ordinance 240168.1 to council. Is there a second? This has been moved and supported by Councilman Pfeiffer to move ordinance 240168.1 to council. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilman.
Through you to Chief Wiggins.
Pfeiffer. Through Councilman, Chief Wiggins, could you please approach the podium? I'm turning it over to you,
Yep.
Pfeiffer.
So, Chief, this has been back and forth on the agenda several times. You support this?
Correct.
And just from your own point of view, can you give the public a general scope of what this means?
Are we talking about the,
Open burning.
not the open burning, we're talking about the fire pits?
Well, it's
That's-
an open burning, but it's majority of the fire pits.
The ordinance that we support is really the sister ordinance to our cities around us, Grand Blanc, Burton, Fenton. And my view as the fire chief, we go on open burnings all day and all night. If we allow them to have a permit, then we have better control, because we give them a seasonal permit, and with that permit, it has the rules and regulations for open burning. And it has the size of the pit, what you can burn, seasoned dry wood, and also the fire chief has the power to cancel the permits because of weather, because of dryness and weather. But we found out that with or without this ordinance, people are going to continue to burn. But with this permit and this ordinance, the way it's written, we would have better control. When they come in to get a permit, we can counsel them on the way to burn and how to burn. And we have a tracking system where we can track the ones that are illegal, and we can shut them down.
And there's a fine associated with not getting a permit?
I believe so. In the master fee schedule right now, we're sending $70 for illegal burning, continual residential illegal burning. We've have a fee schedule in the master fee schedule where we send them a bill.
So is there a line item in the fee schedule to actually acquire this permit?
At this time, when we wrote it, we talked to Councilperson Priestley, and we were going to set the fee at $50 for the permit for the season.
$50 for a season?
For the season, and that season would be late spring and summer. After that, the permit stops until the next year, and they would have to require another permit.
If someone still is burning, so if somebody's burning and the fire department gets deployed and they have a permit, or are we checking to see if they have a permit before we send fire? Obviously, there's no time for that.
No, we will respond as we always respond. And we would have a roster that we would put on the fire trucks of the addresses that have a permit, yes. But we still going out, and if they're burning illegally, because some will get a permit and they'll still burn the insulation off of wires, and at that time, we will cancel their permit.
So some of the concerns that I've received is some of these narrow lots that may only be 30, 40 feet, and you gotta be 15 feet from a structure, and the people were complaining about smoke coming into their neighbor's door or windows or whatever else. And I understand that you stated that this is to be in cohesion with surrounding areas, but we are in more densely populated than Fenton or Swartz Creek or potentially Burton even.
And I believe in that ordinance, they have to be 15 or 20 feet from a property line. And to your point, if there is a complaint from the neighbor, we can cancel that permit as well. But when they are
All right.
getting their permit,
That's the 5 minutes up. Is there anyone
Mr.
else
Chair.
would like to speak? Yes, Council Dr. Lewis.
So through you to the fire chief, you may proceed on my time.
I'm sorry?
You can proceed on my time.
Thank
were
you.
Speaking.
And so, to your point, this ordinance gives us a little teeth that we can police the open burning. Right now, there's so many that it's really, we're going out all the time, with or without this. And this is the way that people that want to burn safe and not harm their neighbors, we can assist them also.
Anything else you'd like to add, Chief?
No.
Thank you. That's my time, Mr. Chair.
Yes, any other speakers would like to speak on this ordinance? Any other speakers would like to speak on this ordinance? If there are none, I'll speak. What would you like for this body to do? Would you like for us to approve this ordinance and send it to council?
It's my opinion that we should approve this ordinance and send it to council.
Say that again?
It is my opinion, professional opinion, that we should approve this and send it to council. And it's up to the fire department, the Fire Prevention Bureau, and our arson person to police it. But we will have teeth that we can go after the perpetrators.
And if it doesn't work out, we can also rescind this.
Correct.
Yes. An attorney is good with this through the attorney. Is you reviewed this and this is good in your opinion?
My office has reviewed this proposed ordinance and approved it.
Okay. All right.
And they helped draft it.
All right. Thank you. That's the first round. Anyone would like to speak in the second round?
Absolutely. May I have the floor, please?
I think. Okay, go ahead.
So I'm hearing everything that we're saying about this. A lot of times, though, and we have a lot of ordinances, we have a lot of really good ordinances and stuff on the books, but a lot of times we lack enforcement for said ordinances. And another thing we cannot necessarily enforce is the pollution that comes with this. The air quality and how it affects people who have asthma and other health conditions. So I am not going to be able to support this for a plethora of reasons, but also the 7th Ward is not in support of this either. And so I will not be supporting to move this forward to council.
All right. Any other discussion? Councilman Pfeiffer?
So, Chief, here's where I'm at. I'm either gonna go through the inconvenience of coming downtown to get a $50 ordinance, or I'm just going to roll the dice and pay $70. To me, we're gonna get a half a dozen people that wanna follow the rules and actually come and get this permit. But for the most part, I would be looking for an ordinance that would have teeth in it to stop all of these runs that you have to do. So to me, this doesn't do it. because your amount of, that you deploy the team is theoretically gonna be the exact same, because you're gonna, if a neighbor reports it, that somebody's burning or whatever else, you're gonna deploy the team no matter what. So this allows a $70 fine potentially?
Yes, and I understand. Let me be honest with you guys and frank, if I may.
Please do.
When I understand your concerns about burning. Like it or not, people are going to burn. Someone mentioned about air quality. Do you guys not know we burn down 4 or 5 structures a night? And it ain't because of that little small fire. It's because on the north end, south end, east side, even last night, we burned down a 2-story house. Now, if you want to get some air pollution, there's your air pollution. But a 2-foot circle pot of seasoned dry wood is not the problem. Now, if we want to police something, you police the arsonists that are burning down the city.
So
it's up to you. Burning is my business. And I know what happens. I know the science of our city. So this is a way people are going to burn. There's legitimate people. We estimate that we will get at least 100 burning permits a year. But it gives us an opportunity that we can educate the people on burning. Does your neighbor know you're burning? Do you have a problem with your neighbor burning? And it gives a way. Am I on that clock or he's on that clock?
That's your time. Is there any body else would like to speak?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Elamine.
Through you to Mr. Wiggins.
Yes, sir.
So I can understand what my colleague's saying. You know, you are going to have people that's going to continue to just burn and do what they do. Is it, are you, like, if they get caught illegally doing it, and the penalty, is it, you said $70?
I think the master fee schedule is $70. We had some today, the secretary said we were sending out 3 or 4 today of $70 to that neighbor, and if they don't pay it, we put it on their taxes.
Okay, so is it a way to enhance the penalty if it's the same repeat individuals until they get the point?
We would have to visit that through the master fee schedule that goes through council once a year. And I would talk to the treasurer to see if we can do that.
Because you are going to have a lot of individuals just going, they take their chance. You know, they're going to continue to do it, but I do definitely
They're doing it right now.
Huh?
They're doing it right now.
Right. So definitely, if you could look into, you know, looking at if it can be a steeper penalty if a repeat person, you caught him, he or she the first time, $70, et cetera, and they do it again, enhancing the penalty until they get it understanding. If we move forward with this ordinance, it needs to be, you know, respected.
Mm-hmm. Not to be facetious, but then that person goes and burn, instead of in a pot, a 2-foot pot, they burn the house next door, the whole house down. Fire is part of our lives as humans, and they're going to burn something. And this was brought to us by one of my colleagues, and I went to our sister cities to see what they were doing because they have the same problems. And I took it to the city attorney, their policies, and we're really mirroring a lot of things that our sister cities does.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Is there any more of the discussion? Yeah, no, yes. Did you already say? Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So Chief, so just really quick, just want to comment on what he said. So the permits will be 50, correct? $50. The
I'm sorry.
permits, the permits.
The permits, we were gonna set them at $50 for the permit.
Okay, and so, as he was saying, the fee for burning without a permit. Have you put any thought into that?
If we go out a couple of times and they are still burning, there's folks that will not get a permit, and they are burning insulation off of wires. They're burning refrigerators to clean them up. And we can go out several times and give them a ticket for doing it. They're not going to stop. But there are another element that have a nice patio, that they've got it, and they have a gas grill that they light at night, and they should have the privilege of having a fire. And if you grew up in the Southland, you're going to have a fire. That's part of the life of in the nighttime having a little smudge fire, and so that's all I have. I mean, it's up to this body to do whatever you want to do, but.
Okay, because I know we definitely want to make it worthwhile, because you're going to have people that are not going to get the permit unless they're caught.
No.
And so if you shook your head and say no.
I was agreeing with you that they're not going to get a permit.
Yeah, unless that they are caught.
Right.
So.
And there's some that still won't get a permit, because take if someone is renting a house, they're not going to get a permit. The permit goes to the homeowner.
Okay, so the permit can't be for the, okay.
It's to the homeowner, to the property owner.
Okay, so the property owns the permit and not a person on the property. Okay, understood. And so, so just going back to I'm looking at the penalty. I'm going back to the penalty piece. Did we already flesh that out in the ordinance, or is that something to be
It's
added?
on the master fee schedule. And then we have master fees, like when I put out the schools, the Flint schools, we charge them whatever's on the master fee. The cost for a fire truck, the cost for a officer, and
so the master fee for burning something on your property is what?
I believe the nuisance of it is $70.
Just 70? Okay.
Yeah. Now we can embellish that on the next phase, make it $200, $300, $400, $500.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Mr. Chair,
Vice
yep.
President.
Yep. So Chief, first of all, I want to say, because we do a lot of work together, and I definitely know that you are absolutely the expert in your field. You are probably 100% correct in what you're saying in your assessment. My thing is, this is a hot issue in my ward. And so you have a lot of people who are concerned about the closeness of the houses. They already do not trust their neighbors because of whatever's happening in the neighborhood. And so they're already feeling like, well, we're already too close. They already burn and do things. They're already too loud. Again, I've had a lot of neighbors call and say, well, I'm asthmatic. I feel like this is going to bother me, all of these things. And so what I don't want to do, just definitely out of respect for you and your expertise, and then out of respect for my colleague in the 4th Ward who is not here to really state her case, I don't want this to fail. So I would like to make an amended motion. And to keep 240168.1 here in government operation, in legislative committee, and allow Ms. Priestley to plead her case upon her return. And that's my motion.
There's been amended motion to keep this in special affairs. Is there support?
Keep it here. Point of order.
No, to keep it here in legislative.
Say that again. I mean, keep this in legislative. Is there support? Supported by Councilman Elamine. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Al-Alami? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The
Vote is
vote
five.
is,
Wait, yeah, let her do it.
huh? The vote is 5
You
yes.
gotta let her do it first.
Huh?
You gotta let her tell you first.
Oh, okay.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
Oh, okay. The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. This has been moved to stay in legislative. Our next ordinance is ordinance 240192. What is the pleasure of the body?
Send to council.
Support.
Mr. Chair.
There's been a
We gotta
motion
amend it.
made to move
Yeah, well, we gotta-
ordinance.
We gotta send it to
We
her
gotta
first.
Say that
Make them-
again?
Send to council.
Yeah,
In support.
240192 to council.
Oh, so you can
supported
discuss
by,
it.
Council Vice President?
Yep.
You support it?
Mhm.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to amend it to a .1 to include the new language that we received today.
There's a motion to amend 240192 to 240192.1 and move to council. Hold
No,
on,
just-
I mean,
Just to
just
amend it.
amend
Just to
the,
amend it.
motion to .1. Is there support?
Support.
There's been, supported by Councilwoman, Vice President Candace. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, real quick.
Councilman
Through you,
Pfeiffer.
through you to the city attorney. 46-78C. It's on page 2. Any owner who violates the provisions.
I see it.
So, explain that to me, because what would they be violating if they're not going to be charged a fee for replacing the line? So what fee or what charges would they incur if ultimately they will never be charged for the line replacement?
If they fail to participate in the lead service line replacement program, that is what the penalty section is. So the city will pay for it all, but they have to they either have to do it themselves if they don't want city agents coming onto their property, or they have to participate in the lead service line replacement program. And if they don't do either,
Wait. So we're allowing them to replace the service line on their own?
that, yes. As I,
Obviously, they can do from their side of the line, but they can't replace the public side of the line. I think that you might have misspoken. Did you misspeak on that?
well, the way I originally drafted this, which is what you had in your, I actually worked on this, and the way I had originally drafted it was to allow that, but it appears that, and I apologize, at no expense to participate, no one must. Right, so no, this is, the violation is if they fail to participate in the program.
So what we're basically saying is if they refuse to allow us on the line to check or inspect or replace, the fee would be for us to go back to them with court costs and fees to get that resolved so it would basically just be attorney fees?
It would be, what would happen would be that they would be issued a municipal civil infraction as provided in the ordinance. And then we would go to court and ask, and it says here in Part B, maintain an action to enforce the provisions of this ordinance and may seek equitable relief to abate the nuisance. So in other words, the lead line itself, the existence of the lead line is declared a nuisance, and if they refuse to participate in this program, the city would then be able to, they'd be written a citation, and the city could go to court to enforce the citation by means of getting an order saying we can come on your property and fix it.
And then we'd bill,
Yes.
or obviously the
Correct.
fine, and then any attorney and court costs, that would be their.
Right,
their-
it's
their
not, right,
penalty.
correct. They're not being charged for the actual replacement.
Okay. That's the only question I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, is there any other discussion? Any other discussion for the first round? Any other discussion for the second round? Any other discussion for the second round? No discussion. This is the vote to move, to amend 24019 Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley is absent. Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
That vote is 6 yes, 0 no. This,
Mr. Chair.
motion has been amended. Is there, I would like to entertain a motion for anyone to move resolution 24019 2.1 to council.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported by, Vice President, Candace, to move this to council. Any discussion? Any discussion? Going once, going twice. Any discussion in the second round? Going once, going twice. No discussion. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The 6 yes, 0 no. This has been moved to council. The next ordinance is ordinance 240342, the amendment of chapter 31 general offenses, section 31-16.2 fireworks, ordinance to amend the Flint City Code of Ordinance by amending chapter 31 general offenses, article 1 in general by amending and renumbering section 3120.3, section 31-16.2 fireworks. Note this ordinance shall become effective 30 days after enactment. What is the pleasure of the body?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to move resolution 240342 to council.
There's been a motion made to move, resolution 240342 to council. Is there support? There's been moved and supported by Councilman Al-Amin. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I am in support of this ordinance. What it's doing is making it as strict as possible according to the state of Michigan's guidelines. The reason I do support this is we all know that on holidays where fireworks are permitted, that we often have fireworks that go off well beyond the holiday, even well before it, well after it. In addition to that, we have fireworks that are set off in the city at all hours of the night. What this does is this causes, it's basically a nuisance, it's a noise issue. It's not something that's done with neighbors in mind. And so we're just, with this ordinance, we're looking at making sure that so we'll take, for instance, the 4th of July. So the state of Michigan gives you a certain number of days, and obviously state law supersedes city law. So the state of Michigan gives you from, I think, the 29th until the 5th or so to use any fireworks that you're going to use. And so, what we're doing here is we're adding, we're respecting the state law, but at the same time, we're making sure that we put a time cap on it. So December 31st, when we talk about the new year and people doing fireworks there, we're just simply changing that fireworks, that persons may ignite, discharge, or use consumer fireworks after 11 a.m. on the following day, so December 31st until 1 a.m. on January 1st. And we all know that what often happens is people are still shooting off fireworks at 3, 4, 5 in the morning, and they're disturbing the peace. And then the Saturday and Sunday immediately preceding Memorial Day, fireworks are going to be able to be discharged until 11:45 p.m. on each of those days. Then June 29th to July 4th until 11:45 p.m. on each of those days. And then on July 5th, if the date is a Friday or Saturday, until 11:45 p.m. And then the Saturday and Sunday immediately preceding Labor Day, fireworks will be able to be discharged until 11:45 p.m. on each of those days. So it takes into account, one, people's right to be festive and celebrate holidays, but then it also takes into account that we all have to be good neighbors and be mindful of everyone else after a certain time on those days as well. So I do support this, and also talks about the different properties that we're not allowed to ignite or discharge fireworks on. So public property, school property, church property, or the property of another person or organization without the express permission of that person and organization. And then it talks about the civil infraction, and then the fact that there will be a civil fine of no more than $500. And so it also breaks down, which we know on holidays, people often partake in drinking or things of that nature. We know that marijuana is legal now. And so it talks about the fact that you cannot discharge if you are under the influence of alcohol or some other controlled substance, or a combination of both. So that's just for their own safety as well as the safety of others around them. And then that low impact fireworks will not be ignited or discharged or used by any persons under the influence of alcohol. So the consumer fireworks, and then the low impact fireworks at all as well. And so once again, any person who is in violation of this section is responsible for a civil infraction and may be ordered to pay a civil fine of no more than $500. But I think this is just a way that we, one, honor people's desires to celebrate certain holidays, but then also honor the fact that we are neighbors, we do live in close proximity to each other, and that the holidays only last so long, and we do not need to keep having the festivities 2 and 3 weeks before and after. So I am in support of this ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Pfeiffer?
So I too agree and would support this. My only thing is, back to the fire thing, is there any mechanism for enforcement? Because I was told that the police department won't dispatch for fireworks. So if they won't show up to actually enforce, I'm not sure what this would do. And maybe I was told incorrectly, but I was told that it is a low-level thing, so they won't dispatch any police to it. So I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't know, request for information. Does the speaker think, though, that there is a possibility that city police or state police or even the Genesee County Sheriff's Department, if once this is an ordinance and they hear the violation, if they are in the vicinity and cannot and can get to it, that they may address the issue, and that perhaps we at least just need to have something in place to be able to enforce it?
No, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. I don't know if county or state will enforce city ordinances, but I would like the chief to actually see if this is enforceable, but or anything else that we can do to better enforce this. So that's all I have.
All right, is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? I want to say a few words about this. I think this is good. This being on record will give them something to go on, even if they decide to show up, versus them showing up and we don't have nothing on the books. Because a lot of times, they'll show up, but we ain't got nothing in place. Even if they did need to show up and needed to enforce something, this would give them some enforcement power. So I support this. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Going once, going twice. Roll call, Madam Clerk. This is to send ordinance 240342 to council.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. This ordinance has been moved to council. Now is time set aside for the discussion that Pfeiffer put it on for the sidewalk project, repair project, funding, or whatever. I am going to turn it over to you, Pfeiffer.
So, after speaking with the assessor and, what's the other streets person, I can't remember her name, Catherine Newman. There may be a mechanism that we can do to potentially defer billing for sidewalks. So if they participate in the 50/50 program, they could potentially bill those costs over 5 years or whatever on their taxes. So it might be a couple $100 or $100 a year to get their sidewalks replaced. So I know that we have a lot of low-income seniors or whatnot that, now this doesn't help the funding problem, but if they can afford a section or a small portion of it each year, then it helps those residents out over the longer period. And I think that putting that on the legislative and coming up with that would have to be potentially some bonding and ordinance and whatever else to do that. But I think with the, Mr. McGaha said we would need close to $1 billion or something to replace all the sidewalks. I think that potentially would help with something. So it's an option, and this adds the discussion item that you wanted to bring this more to a head to figure out how we can fix it in any which way possible. So that's what I was able to come up with, and obviously discussion is open to everybody for different ideas.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
So when we're saying that they would oh, sorry. May I have the floor, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So when we're saying that they would defer, and I'm addressing it to my colleague since he had the conversation and they're no longer here. Yep. So when we're saying that they would defer the payments, so the sidewalk would be replaced and then it would either go, does it have to go on their taxes, or will they be held to maybe a payment plan, and then if they don't do the payment plan, it goes on their taxes?
So the way and Stacy, you can correct me, if there's a billing, it has to be bonded, and the only way for us to do the billing is through the taxes.
Okay, that makes sense. Through you, Mr. Chair, to our assessor.
Through you to the, yeah, Stacy. Okay.
Good evening. So with a special assessment, it would actually go on their taxes over a certain amount of time that is set, and it would just be broken down evenly.
Mm-hmm. And so who determines the amount of time? Where would that number come from? Or would it be based on a case-by-case basis? Like, what are we?
No, everybody would have to be treated equal within that district that is set up. So you look at what that total cost is and then break it down per parcel. And then depending on what the funding is, I'd have to look at the law. It's been a while. but we can split it up through a few years. And I think when I talked to Heather, she said it normally runs about 4 to 5 right now, depending on it. So we could do it for like 5 years, and then they only have like $100 a year, just a guesstimate on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
through someone from the administration, is there a way, I could see that kind of helping what my colleague said about the taxes and doing it that way, but what about folks who may be struggling just to even pay their taxes or water bills, and it's a hardship, like a real hardship for them? Is there a way we could look at utilizing different dollars, such as the revenue we're going to get in from some of these medical marijuana stores, or the money that we got coming from the opioid, to really, put some serious dollars to where we can help the residents and improve our communities without it being a cost to the residents in those areas?
That I do not know. I know I'd have to pull up the law, but there is a waiver that they can get where it just puts a lien on their home, so when they go to sell the home, then that lien gets paid off.
Okay, see, so that's what I mean. Like, without it, eventually, potentially, can be another hardship. We're talking liens, and right now we know the topic around housing and foreclosure is a hot topic. So I'm just trying to figure out some different ways to attract some different dollars to match other dollars. And is it possible to look into, the revenue we're going to be getting from the medical marijuana stores or the opiate fund and some other resources, and use those dollars to help everybody to improve the quality of life?
Yeah, that would be more of a finance question, or maybe Emily would know something more that what those funds can actually be used for, if there's something out there that can assist. But I do not know that one.
Sorry about that. I ain't know this. I just got this far. I ain't know it worked. But that's all I had. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion on this matter? I have some.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on. Go ahead. Jared, Councilman, all right,
No.
go ahead.
Me.
Huh?
Me. I would like to talk again.
You?
Mm-hmm.
You already spoke the first round.
I didn't know. They said there were no rounds, so we just talk.
Huh?
There aren't any rounds, so we just talk,
I
right?
haven't spoke at all.
But you're the chair, so you speak last.
Huh? I speak last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct. So what I'm
Yeah.
saying is I would like to speak again before you speak.
You say I did?
No.
No, I
Oh,
know
man.
that's-
I'm saying I would like to speak again before you speak,
Okay.
because once you speak, it's closed out.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
We could do the second round.
No, there aren't any rounds.
Oh,
It's
there
just a
ain't no- all right,
discussion.
go
Yes,
ahead.
so
Go
you get the
ahead.
last. Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I guess my next question, through you, Mr. Chair, to the assessor, is what happens if they owe taxes or anything already, or owe like a water bill or something? Is that
We
something?
don't take that into, we
You
can't
don't
take
take
that
that,
into
okay.
consideration, no.
Perfect, okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. So here's what I think ought to happen first is, thank you for putting this discussion on here. I think we should get the data from the audit that we paid for, that I'm not sure when they plan on concluding with the data. Once we get the data of the audit of all the sidewalks, we'll know how much money it costs total altogether. Then once we figure out the money, it may come up to probably $100 million or $50 million to do the sidewalks. Then I think we should break it down and look at finding funding from other sources, whether it's federal, state, local foundations. we can leverage it just like we leveraged the dollars for the land bank demo. So here we are demoing houses. We demo the houses, we fix the sidewalks. Once we come up with our total amount of dollars that we can get as far as leveraging other dollars, then we look and see what's left. Then whatever is left, then we look at individual assessment of property owners. And I don't think that should be mandated for them to do. It's an option per household. So if I like the 5-year plan, if we could do 10 years, maybe that'd bring that cost, or 7 years, maybe that could bring that cost down, what they have to contribute if they in a financial situation. Or maybe there's some way we could do a forgivable grant to them to help them offset those costs, long as they don't sell the house or something. I'm not sure. But I think our first thing is to get that audit in our hands. Once we get that audit in our hands, and hopefully it come with a cost on how much it'll cost to do. Did they say $300 per square sidewalk? That's a lot of money. Huh? That's a lot of money for one sidewalk. That's a lot of money, in my opinion. $300 per sidewalk square. So if I got 10 in front, that's a lot of money. That's my house probably ain't worth no more than what I'm just saying. Cause some houses just, I was just working with a young lady today that lost her house and they want to sell it to a family member for $2,500. And I was thinking, that's cheap. So my point is, that's a lot of money. So I think we should wait on that. I think we should put this on some agenda. I'm not sure if we want to leave it here. Without objection, I would like to keep this on this agenda as a discussion item until we get to coming up, and maybe we can have a working committee, ad hoc committee, to deal specifically with, and Stacy, hopefully you can work with us on this, and Makoha, what's it, is Magal? I think I'm chopping his name up. Maybe he can come up with us and we could come up with something, a plan to bring to the whole body. Don't be laughing at me.
We're laughing with you.
Huh? Anyways, everyone is laughing at me. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, maybe we could come up with a plan and have it brought to the whole body in the near future. So without any further discussion, I want to entertain a motion for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
There's been a motion made to adjourn. Is a second support?
Support.
Supported by Dr. Lewis. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Sir. Sir, to close out your meeting.
Yes. 6 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned.
The time is now 10:06 p.m. on Wednesday, August 7th. I call this Governmental Operations Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
President.
Ms. Priestley is absent. Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
President.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 6 members present.
There are 6 members present. Are there any requests for agenda changes?
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, yes.
I have 2. Let's see. For Resolution 240232.1, at the last council meeting, there was discussion by council to add some details just into the body of the resolution. So I do have that added. It was a draft added language to add the 133 feet east information, underground utilities information, in discussions with the acting city attorney and Ms. Dorr. Because this resolution has not changed at all, we just pulled some detail and put it in the title and into the body that it's already the same. What I'm suggesting as clerk is that we're just going to switch it out. We're not going to change the number. I'm just going to give you the new version because it's administrative. It's the same document. We just changed the title so that people would know that this was in there. So we're going to replace it with the version that's presented today, but you're not going to vote to amend it. It's still going to be a .1. And the other change would be the assessor, Ms. Cake has provided an amendment to Resolution 240340, so I do have a different version that she's asking for you to consider. So that one I would ask for you to vote to amend and then consider the amended version. And I will hand those out right now. Oh, and I'm sorry, too, for the 232.1, the only other change is that because we did already have the public hearing for this resolution at your last meeting, that information was added to the body, just to say that the council had a resolution or public hearing on July 22nd.
All right, thank you. Are there any other requests or changes to the agenda? All right, seeing as there are no other requests or changes to the agenda, it's now time for public comment. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker?
Yes, sir.
Did you do any add-ons for the agenda?
No, I asked for, I asked for any additional requests for
I didn't
changes.
hear you.
Okay, do you have a request?
I did. I wanted to talk about the vote in the election.
Okay, and you wanted to add that?
After everything is over with, just to,
So right before adjournment?
yeah.
And what's the time limit on that?
What y'all think? It's not gonna take me that long, so I'll say 10 minutes. Unless, yeah, and then I ain't gonna use up the 10 minutes, but I'll.
I don't know,
share-
Mr. Murphy,
I'll
get a little
share
Gabby.
space for my colleagues, you know.
All right, 10-minute
Okay.
discussion on the election process. I'll order that without objection.
Yeah.
All right. Does anyone else have any requests for changes to the agenda? All right, seeing as how there are none, it is now time for public speaking. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. First speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is Doug Matthews. Not
Next
in.
public speaker.
Mr. R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, Councilman, fellow council. My name is R.L. Mitchell. And I want to speak on this hassle situation over at the Broom Center too, and charging we senior citizens $1.09 went up to $500 a month. And we've been hassled enough by the mayor in this city and Murphy trying to push it a little farther. And it ain't gonna work, sir. By you doing that, putting that police, you and Madam Lewis, police brutality on we the people. And I want you to state that for the record, where you can feel what we the people feel when you be jumping on we the people, talking about taxing us peoples in that fire chief marshal talking about smoke and all that. You can burn down a house and the lawyer pressing his views. He just got on the board, and we the people, if you don't refuse to pay, put it on his taxes. Who do you think we peoples is? And following other cities and stuff, and the fire chief, he retired himself, and he talking about his own self, come back and think he calling the shots. Like Miss Mashack, she got it right, got her seat right. The people voted for her on 7th Ward, and know what my Councilman Murphy trying to come from, and with all them, he done grew the whole jungle over there on North 2nd Street. At that, call us up, be like Burson Fieldhouse. Get some of them trees and cut them down and cedar the old sidewalks after you pick up the roots under the sidewalks. Been there and done that, and talking about if you're renting, always trying to figure out how to get rid of we the citizen of Flint. But when you get old, you ought to just die and get off the scene. That's what you're saying. And like the Taylor, talking about he don't go down to the Broom City because he got better things to do. All that junk, and he talking about people lying. What kind of administration is that? Talking about he just administration, doing this thing, lying on people. Won't you take care of that package deal on Dewey Street? The dude bought the whole street and then think he got the right to tear down the whole neighborhood at will. And them 125 package people's out of other cities coming, taking our stuff, and Murphy ain't doing nothing about it. All that junk. Won't you just pay them kids their real salary? $37 an hour at the chemical place on Toy Highway Street. What, they gonna put no wrong chemicals in there and port? Flint is killing us off in Flint, Michigan, at the water department. Take that, America. Stay tuned. We Flintstone, we're gonna invent another wheel after a while. Over and out. Take that.
Next public speaker, please.
Next speaker is Casella Matier, Claire McClinton, Kawana Mack, Sherry Smith, John McFadden. Last speaker is James Moore.
Thank you, and we're gonna push the meeting on.
I don't know what he said. All right, now it is time for council response. Is there anyone who would like to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one who would like to speak during council response, I will now entertain a motion for the consent agenda. There's a motion on the floor to move the
Madam
consent agenda.
Clerk, I would like to move resolution 240-232.1 to council.
No, we're on, I need a support for his motion to approve the consent
that
agenda.
again?
I need a motion.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, support. Did you say somebody already made the motion?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Are there
support.
any separations?
Oh,
It was made by, I'm sorry for our clerk, it was made by the councilman in the 8th Ward and
okay.
supported by the
Okay,
councilman
I
in the
didn't
3rd
hear.
Ward. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to separate 240-232.1, and also 240-341.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
complete separation.
Everything has been separated. I will entertain a motion for resolution 240232.1, which is a street vacation, Dewey Street, between North Saginaw and North Streets.
Move the council.
There's been a motion to move to council by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the 3rd Ward. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Councilman in the 3rd Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, Emily, I received.
Emily, would you please join us at the lectern? Thank you.
I received your email. Well, I just finally got into my email out of being locked out for weeks. So I got a friend that hooks a brother up. So they looked out for me. This easement was one of the questions that we talked about. So the easement still will be behind the corn when they finish. And based on the email that I just read, the weeds and grass that's done overgrown behind the corn building is still there for the easement. That was one of my concerns. So once they finish what they doing, the easement still will be there. Who is responsible for maintaining the easement? Does the city maintain the easement, or does the property owner of the corn maintain the easement? If the property owner does not maintain the easement, why wouldn't we do all things necessary to clean up that easement to make it look decent, along with the development that they doing with Burston Fieldhouse? It's my question to you first.
Good evening again, council. So I think by easement you mean alley, and just want to make sure that we're talking about the alley behind. Okay, so the alley. So the alley that is city-owned alley that is behind Club Quorum is what you were talking about, and we put in the email that it would not be touched. It would be left as is in terms of the starting of the parking lot of Burston. That parking lot would not go past the border of it, so the alley will still be there. So, and I do have the architect here from the Burston project, so pleased to have him here to answer questions. But I guess to reiterate that, so the parking lot will not go past the sight line.
Who is responsible, is my question again, for maintaining and cleaning that easement up?
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Dave Bennett, and I'm one of the architects working on the Burston project. So in regards to who is responsible for actually cleaning and maintaining that alleyway, that's not really something that I can necessarily speak to. I would assume that really is the responsibility of the city. However, from a project standpoint, we aren't able to touch that. So that alley right-of-way, that alley space is remaining exactly as it is. It's being maintained as it's been maintained, whether that's, you know, by the owner of Club Quorum or by the city of Flint. I'm not at liberty to say who's responsible for that, but we aren't able to touch it.
Who was responsible, but when you hit the podium, I thought you was gonna be able to answer it. So Emily, to you, who will be responsible for maintaining? And it just seemed like between y'all doing all that development at Burston Fieldhouse, someone will take initiative to want to see that cleaned up. Because I went back there and it looked a mess.
Maintaining alleys is not something that is outside of the purview of my department, and so I would ask you to please put that question toward the administration or the streets department or anybody that could answer. I'm sorry, my department doesn't maintain alleys. So I don't want to give you a wrong answer, so I would say that somebody else from the city would have to answer that. I will say that, that again, I think Dave's question was, or his answer was trying to let you know the purview of the development.
My other question, because I only got 40 seconds left, is what's the plan for if we approve this as is now? Thank you for making the changes. What's the plan for once you tear this street up to put in the utilities, coming up with an alternative entryway for the quorum to be able to utilize another way of getting into their parking lot while you guys tear up the street? Because we understand y'all gonna tear it up, put the utilities in, and then come back with a brand new street. I like that idea, but in the meantime, in between time.
No, unfortunately, no, that's not quite correct.
Hold on.
Am I allowed to speak?
No, someone else has to give you time.
Go ahead.
All right. So what's going to happen with the vacation of Dewey Street? So all of the utilities are being removed between Saginaw Street and North Street. All the utilities go away. However, a portion of the street actually remains. So the street remains as it is to allow Club Quorum the current access that they have to their parking lot. That does not change for them at all, and that's part of it. It talks about that city easement that you guys will continue to have. So that first little part of Dewey Street that's 133 feet to the east of Saginaw Street, that remains city property, that remains city public right-of-way. So Burston does not have any control over that section of street. That remains as it currently is. It will not have any utilities going there, but Club Quorum's utilities come from Saginaw Street. So it doesn't affect, removing the utilities doesn't actually impact anyone, since Burston owns all of those other properties on both sides. So it just becomes, it acts as an entrance for the new Burston parking lot, and it continues to act as the entrance for Club Quorum. So as far as Club Quorum is concerned, actually nothing changes from how their operation currently is. They have an existing access point off of Dewey Street, and they continue to have that. Their utilities are off of Saginaw Street. They continue to have that. The alleyway that exists behind them continues to exist in the manner in which it has for years. We are not able to touch that. We aren't able to do anything with the alley because it is not our property. So we can't, as part of our project, do any kind of upgrade to that. It has to remain as it is, since we don't own it.
Thank you. I would say email Rod Magaha to fix your alley, since an alley is streets. So I would have him fix it, whatever, clean it up, paint it, whatever. I yield.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to form the first round of discussion? Is there anyone who would like to form the second round of discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy?
I'm pleased with what I see. I have some concerns. that Papa Jared, that owns the quorum, was not gonna be able to have access to get into their parking lot because of the vacating of Dewey Street. But you for assuring us today that the utility work that you guys are going to do will not affect their ability to get in and out. And based on the email that I read, it seemed like if y'all do have to shut down anything, it's gonna only be for a couple of hours. Y'all will probably notify him and let him know that time frame of when, I'm sure it ain't gonna be at night, and I'm sure y'all gonna have some kind of cover to put over the ground just in case y'all gotta dig a hole in the ground and y'all need to cover it up. I'm pleased to know that the alley in the back that they use for access to get into the back of their building to clean up or put their dumpster in will still be there. I just want to, I just would like to see that cleaned up, and even if a new street needs to be paved back there behind the alley, it just makes sense to me that we're doing all this beautiful development at Burston Fieldhouse. We don't want it to be butted up against a alley that's not being well maintained. So for somehow, Emily, I would like to work with you and Rob Magoha, whatever his name, however you
Rob's your guy.
pronounce his last. I would like to see maybe next year in the fiscal budget or something, or if we got unspent dollars, I would like to see a new street put back there because y'all doing too much great work at Burston Fieldhouse, and we want you guys to continue to do the work that you guys are doing. We're excited about the development of Burston Fieldhouse, but we want to have that in the back of the quorum cleaned up, because when you look back there, it looked a mess. When I look back there, I was like, Lord have mercy. So if it's an alley back there, I couldn't find it. It's somewhere in a dungeon. All right, thank you. That's it for me.
Is there anyone else who would like discussion in the second round? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like discussion in the second round, this is the vote to move Resolution 240232.1, street vacation, Dewey Street between North Saginaw and North Streets to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley is absent. Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
I recuse myself because I have family who has interest in the real estate on there.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no, and 1 abstention. Resolution 240232.1 has been moved to council. Moving.
Chair.
Moving on to Resolution 240340.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Pfeiffer.
Send to council.
There is a motion on the floor to send Resolution 240340, which is the guidelines granting hardship exemptions and property taxes to council. Is there a second? It's been moved and probably supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there
Madam Chair.
discussion? Councilman in the 8th ward, you have the floor.
Make a motion to amend it to a .1 to include the language we just received.
There's a motion on the floor to make 240340 into 240340.1 and to add the language that we just received. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion on the amendment? Seeing so there's no discussion on the amendment, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. We have, that has been amended. 240340.1, what is the pleasure of the body? The councilman in the 8th Ward has made a motion to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 3rd Ward. Is there discussion? Any discussion in the second round? Seeing as how there is no discussion, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis? Yes. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240340.1, which is guideline granting hardship exemption property taxes, has been moved to council. Moving on to Resolution 240341. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
I'll make a motion to send 240341 to council.
There is a motion to send 240341, which is setting a public hearing for vacation of a Robert Street between East Stewart Avenue North lot lines of Lot 234, which is 4401 Robert Street, and Lot 285, which is 4402 Robert Street of the Maplewood Plat, to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 3rd Ward. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Councilman in the 3rd Ward, you have the floor.
So this street is in the 3rd Ward. I'm want to make sure, and I support having this, setting a public hearing, because this only to set a public hearing. But I want to make sure that the residents in that particular area are aware of the project that is going on. Usually when you get ready to vacate a street, you know, people use that street to go back and forth. It may not be no houses in that particular block, but down in the next block. And people get to their home from that area. So I just want to make sure that when this happens, the residents are aware of what's getting ready to take place in that particular area.
Request for information.
What's your request?
What are they, why are they vacating this? Is this part of Burston too?
They vacating this street because this is the street where they're getting ready to build the fire training, the police training lead, and the fire station, and there's no houses really in that block. It is some houses, but they will probably eventually get tore down. So they probably gonna need the land for parking. I think they try to buy the parking down the street at Galilee Baptist Church, but I don't think that deal fell through. So this will allow them the opportunity to build a facility and also have parking for people that will be utilizing the facility. Yeah, so, okay, that's it. That's all. I have nothing else.
Alrighty, is there anyone else who would like discussion in the first round? Is there anyone who would like discussion in the second round? Seeing as how there's no one who would like discussion, this is the roll call vote to set a public hearing for, send this to council for Resolution 240341, which is setting a public hearing for a vacation of Robert Street between East Stewart Avenue North lot lines of 234 and lot 285 of the Maplewood Plat. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240341 has been sent to council. Moving on to the appointment on here, was just 240344, appointment of the Board of Review, Karen E. Spencer Key. What is the pleasure of the body?
Send to council.
There is a motion on the floor to send this to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there discussion? Is there discussion on sending this appointment to council?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just want to point out, I thought it was in the blurb, but I just want to make sure that this is for a 6th Ward appointment for Ms. Burns. So it doesn't say that, but this is a 6th Ward appointment to the Board of Review.
I'm sorry, you said this is the 6th Ward appointment?
6th Ward.
Okay. All right, so is there any discussion in the second round? All right, seeing how there's no discussion in the second round, we will vote to send 240344, the Appointment Board of Review, Karen E. Spencer Key, to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. Appointment 240344 has been sent to council. We will now have a 10-minute discussion on the election process. Wait 1 second, let's get that 10 minutes on the clock. All right, is there anyone who would like the floor at this time?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the
Yes.
floor.
So I was getting calls yesterday, because people were thinking that they voted in one area. They thought they was in the 1st Ward, then they thought they was in the 3rd Ward. And I think where the ball got dropped at is we sent out voter registration cards to people, and we told them that they knew voting, or they were in, because of the redistricting, we told them that they were in the 3rd Ward versus the 1st Ward, when it does not change until 2026. So when people was going to the to vote yesterday, they were going to where they got this voter registration card that said they was voting in other areas versus, and they was arguing a little bit with the staff saying, I'm in the 1st Ward, I'm in the 3rd Ward, and they was going back and forth. I know my parents and my sister went to go vote, and they was kind of confused about where they vote at. I'm not sure what we need to do to make sure, because we got a big November presidential election coming up. We need to make sure that we on top of our game and people got the accurate information on where they voting at. The other issue that I don't know why the city of Flint is behind, but when you go to check the election results, the city of Flint election does not come in until the wee hours of the night. And when you go and you check in the thing, you don't see nothing with Flint count. And this is not the first time this has happened. I don't know what's going on, but our system and whatever program we got going on, it's not working, and people are frustrated, and people feel like the election needs to be ran way better. So maybe we need to, off the record, have a discussion with our clerk to make sure we got staff, we got the necessary system in place. So in November, when it's time to run for office and people going out to go vote, they know exactly where they gotta vote at, and they know exactly the system. They ain't waiting till 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning to know some results. I was hearing some stuff was going on in the 7th Ward as far as the absentee ballot count. I'm not sure. I'm just saying, rumors is what rumors is. So I just think we need to make sure as a body that our election is trump tight and we got things together where people feel comfortable that they know exactly where they vote at, they know exactly what ward they in, and who their representative is. and I ain't guessing that I might be in the first ward or the second ward or the third ward. You know, I am your councilman until 2026, because we thought, I did, that Burston Fieldhouse was in the second ward. Whether it's in the second ward or third ward, we still gonna do what we can to make sure we take care of our people. But I was telling people that you in the second ward now. You ain't in the, until I found out it ain't true. So that's all I have. I have nothing
Madam
else.
Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. Councilman Pfeiffer?
So, Mr. Murphy, you are saying everything that I told the clerk 6-8 months ago. I know you don't want to hear it, Madam Clerk, and but we sat up here and I told you when Mr. Kim was here that people don't know where they're supposed to vote because they have the wrong voter registration cards. And you said that you were waiting for the state to issue a something. So the state never issued anything. The county clerk actually put out a statement saying, check this website to do it. The city clerk never put out anything, and except for false voter ID cards that went out. So for the results to come back at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, that just adds to the conspiracy theories of something improper is happening. When every other municipality has them in, somehow we can't count 600 votes or how many ever votes were put out. It's ridiculous why it takes so long. Maybe we need to have somebody else down there work in elections. I don't know. But for us to be the last one in the county to put out results, it just adds fuel to the flame for conspiracy theories and everything else. It's ridiculous, our voting in elections in this city. It's just ridiculous. There's no reason why as many people in assets that the city has that we cannot turn them in a timely manner. That's all I have.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak during this discussion?
Madam Chair.
Madam Clerk?
I wasn't going to say anything because, again, I do not think that this is the proper venue for this discussion. And also, I haven't, the council has its concerns, and I understand that. I will say it this way. As far as the voter registration cards that were sent, the voter registration cards are based on the redistricting that was done legally. The issues are coming up with recalls. Recalls are done differently. The voter registration cards that you have are correct. When people go to the precinct, they would have gotten 2 ballot styles. One's based on where you are, where your district is now, and if you had a special election for a recall. So when you go to your precinct, you will get the correct ballot based on what's going on. So those voter registration cards that were sent out are accurate because the redistricting was done properly, legally, by this body. So
it's not though, because if they're in the 3rd ward and there's a recall in the 3rd ward and they got a voter registration in the 1st ward, how do they even know that they can vote on the recall?
because at the website that is mentioned, that you mentioned by the county clerk, when you go there, it'll tell you the new ward for this, old ward for that, if it's a recall. And you can always follow up with, again, if you go to the precinct, they're gonna tell you, here's your ballot for this and anything else. The reason why we're always late is because we have more precincts than anybody else. Other municipalities in the county have 1 or 2 precincts. We just moved from 54. And yes, you can have 10 voters and 1 ballot can be off, and we have to reconcile. So yes, we come in late because we have more than others. We do have issues, but we're not going to turn anything in until it's correct. So I agree, things can be addressed, but it's not conspiracy or anything like that. It's to get it right until we turn it in. And we had over about 5,000 AV ballots that was the holdup. So we had to reconcile those, and they were, I don't want to say until the Board of Canvassers says, but we were probably about 10 off. The rumors and everything else that stuff was started by someone who was in the AV County Board. That's just what it is. It's rumors. There was no issues or anything of missing ballots and the things like that were started. So, you know, the last election, we weren't in it. We got done at midnight. It just depends on the circumstances of whatever's going on at that time. So I understand and I get it. There are lots of issues and concerns, but the voter registration cards are right. If there's any concerns or issues where you're supposed to vote at any election, you can always call the clerk's office, you can call the county clerk's office, you can look it up online. If you go to the precinct, they're gonna give you the ballots you're supposed to have, or they're gonna direct you where you're supposed to go. But we haven't had recalls like we have had in the last couple of years. There's more recalls than ever before, and it is confusing. That thing about the state, who you're supposed to, which ward you serve, and those things. No, the state didn't say for certain, this is what it is. So it was an open-ended thing. And so so yes, I would just say follow up. If you don't know where you're supposed to vote in a given election, if you get an AV ballot, it's gonna tell you. If you come to early voting, we're gonna tell you. If you call the office, we're gonna tell you. If you just show up at a precinct, that voter registration card, that's where you're gonna vote in most elections except for the recall, because it is based on the old districts. So I agree with everything you're saying. I'm gonna stop talking.
Madam Chair? Yeah,
Yes.
I have a comment as well. So just waiting for the floor.
Good.
Okay. One of the concerns that I had, it was just twofold. We had individuals that were purposely and intentionally crossing the line that says you cannot campaign beyond this area. And it didn't look like that the boundaries were properly drawn to establish 100 feet from every way. Because, like, for example, if a cone is to the north and it says you can't move past this way, it looked like people that were campaigners will come in from a different angle because that was not sectioned off to signify that it was 100 feet away from the building. So next election, we need to be very cognizant of that, because we had individuals that come to this council meeting in this community flat out say, you can tell if you want to, they're not going to do anything to me, and I bet you they won't come outside. So you have people that, so you have people that have that disdain as they, I guess, support their candidate. So what do we have in place? What can we do when things like that happen, when people continue to violate the campaigner sign?
So that's pretty much all I did yesterday, was put out those fires, and I went to precincts. Usually it's candidates trying to tell other candidates or people that are working for them what to do. They're not going to listen to them. And depending on the chair or the election workers, some of them have more respect than others. Sometimes they don't listen, but what we will do is our staff will go out, and I will go out personally, and usually when I talk to people, they will listen. And yes, we have to have that demarcation. These are all things that I have already, that's a priority, because it has not been an issue before, but this is what we're dealing with now. So I'm already working on making sure that that is one of the things that we will address in November, because it is an issue, and we will make sure that that 100-foot line is established, and that we have election workers who's just constantly addressing that. And when people won't listen to the election workers, we send out staff, and when they don't listen to the staff, then we send out the clerk. And if they're getting belligerent or anything else, unfortunately, we've had to call the police on several people yesterday. So we are addressing those issues. And
well, thank you so much for that. And my last thing is, unfortunately, we see a lot of illegal signs in this city. According to law, they cannot have signs on public property. Is that correct?
Well, unfortunately, we also discovered that with an ordinance amendment, the language that spelled out not being able to put those signs on city property is what we used to use. That language was removed when the zoning ordinance was updated. It's spelled out specifically that you cannot put those things on city property, which is anything outside of City Hall, anything on the opposite side of sidewalks. So because that language was removed, we weren't able to really enforce it like we would have. We're going to put that language back in the ordinance because it was there before, spelled out very specifically in detail, and that was removed when that ordinance zoning update was done. So that is why you probably noticed more this time, is because the language was removed that said we could just pick them up. We still did, code enforcement will still pick them up, but that's why they were out front of City Hall and things like that, because that specific language that said that we could remove them was taken out of the ordinance.
Okay, so I just want to be clear that I heard what you just said. So what you just said was language was removed from the ordinance. Therefore, people can put them on public property and city property?
Public property is different. That's up to the individual that owns that property. City property is anything that's pretty much on the opposite side of the sidewalk, out in front of City Hall, and the like. So yes, that language was removed. So the state law says it's 100 feet from the entrance of a polling place. And usually it's on election day, but because we had early voting here for 9 days straight, it's the polling place. But the signs weren't closer than 100 feet to the entrance. So as long as they weren't, we didn't bother them because, again, that language was removed. We were following state law.
Okay, so let me just stop you because I'm just trying to make sure that we're on the same page. So I'm specifically addressing at someone's home, if they have a sign on the city part of the sidewalk, on the right-of-way, on the city part, okay, on the side of the right-of-way, is, according to the zoning language, is that legal?
Yes, because that language that said it was illegal was removed from the zoning, from the zoning chapter.
Okay.
So it was spelled out very specifically before, and it said it spoke to political signs. And I've already spoken to Ms. Dorr about putting that language back into the zoning chapter that spells it out specifically like it did before.
Okay, so if you have signs, okay, so right now, as it stands, people can put signs on both sections of their property, on the city's portion and on their portion. That's what you just said, until language is put in there to clear that up. Okay, heard it. Now, what about when you see the signs on the corner? Is that legal?
It depends on who owns the property. If it's private property, it's up to the owner of that property. And then a lot of that, we're riding around, I don't know about code enforcement, but I don't know who owns, like a corner where there's nothing, there's no structure. You have to assume it's a private lot. So without, digging into it to see who actually owns it and calling them up or whatever. So people have been taking advantage of that. But yes, in the past, that's why you'll see it on an empty lot, but code enforcement, there were so many signs out back. They just go and pick them up as they see them out when they're out doing their own business, because we had an ordinance that allowed them to do that, but that language has been removed. So it just depends on how much you want to research or get into, or complaints. Usually if we have a direct complaint about it, we can look into it, but more often than not, it's private property.
Okay, so, and the land bank property is also private property, so they should not have signs in the land bank property. Is that because it's private? I just want to be clear.
That's for the land bank to decide.
For the land bank? Okay. So if you see a sign on the land bank property, you reach out to the land bank.
Right, and then they can, remove it or have us come and remove it. But yes, if it's on the right-of-way, the city's property, we just take it up. We don't ask, we just remove it. And again, and when we used to be in front of City Hall, we would just take it up. But now we have to be more careful just because that specific language was just taken out not too long ago.
Okay, so who do you call if you see an illegal sign?
You can call the clerk's office, you can call code enforcement. Because when you call the clerk's office, we call code enforcement.
And code enforcement is the blight department, the safety officer?
Building and safety inspections.
Pardon?
Building and safety inspections, they have different names. I call them code enforcement.
Okay, so building and safety, that's who so reach out to you or building and safety.
Yep, or call the clerk's office and then we follow up with them.
Okay, so my last question is, do you think we have enough time to enact, to put that piece of language back in here before the November election?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak at this time on this discussion? All right. Seeing as how there's no one else who would like to speak on the discussion is closed. There is a motion to adjourn by the councilman in 8th Ward. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 3rd Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy? Yes. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Yes. Vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
5 yes, 0 no. The time is now 10:57 p.m. and this governmental operations meeting is adjourned.
They was making the handicap park so far away that they were struggling getting to the pump